Good morning, everybody. Cool. How's everyone doing? Hmm. Decent amount of pre-market volume. You feeling better today? Seemed like yesterday you were at 50% or so. I got food poisoning, I think. Uh, I do feel a little bit better, but I can't eat yet. So that's a little rough. Cat and Hal looking spicy again. I think Cat just reported record earnings, up 6% so far. I'm glad I kept some of my position. Upstart off reg show, what mean? It means that for 5 consecutive days, they kept fails below a level that would continue listing. Good reasons to pull a stock off of reg show after a period of time on reg show. Avoid locate requirements. So GME was, as you guys I'm sure are well aware, pulled off of reg show back in 2020, before shortly thereafter being relisted on reg show again. One way or another, the synthetic liquidity that they've created for on Upstart over the last month, well, more than that, will still have to be cleared at some point. And in the clearing of that, they could end up putting it back on reg show again. So we'll see. It doesn't change a lot about the thesis for Upstart. It doesn't mean they can short it even more. They can short it without a pre-borrow agreement now. So we may see a bump in the borrow rate. It's the cat meme stock guy. I mean, is cat not a meme stock at this point? Hasn't it earned its place? It's up. It's now up 6.55% in the pre-market. How are they able to get it off reg show with such little price action? Um, Probably reversal trades. They just need to keep it below the threshold limit for 5 days, right? So you don't need a lot, you just need enough, and you need lower interest on the underlying, ideally. It does mean that I probably won't just be carrying around fat bags of Upstart. Ding ding. I will probably just carry some Januaries as kind of protection. And then I will buy for the expected periods if it goes back on reg show, which is actually kind of nice because I don't have to carry so much exposure all the time. Meta down 25%. Our CSP is a terrible idea. I don't want to own that trash, but premiums. I'd imagine premiums are insane on the put side right now. Let's see. I mean, they're pretty crazy, but risky. I mean, how far out do you sell, right? Uh, I I mean, I would at least wait for the morning volatility to cool off, and I wouldn't sell very far out. Jamie having a nice little breakup. It kind of looked like we were gonna first thing in the morning. T plus two from the 10% move, and then fairly low liquidity in the pre-market actually. November yes pecs confirmed. I mean, it's not confirmed yet, but I mean, if we don't see a run, any significant run on GME in the next few weeks, outside of the ETF FTDs, it looks good to continue staying very illiquid, which is good for November. Nvidia, AMD rocketing. Yeah, Meta's gonna spend a lot more money this year on building out their like database infrastructure. So lots of buzz. Also, really good opportunity for me to sell my deep in the money AMD calls. I'm buying my Nvidia puts. What's on Upstart coming off reg show? I just went over that. Twitter's a play or a money sink? I wouldn't play it right away. What do you actually expect the price action of Upstart to be in the next couple of weeks? Um, I mean, I'd imagine if they're gonna follow the same pattern of behavior that they do on things like GME and stuff, they will attempt to short into the ETF FTD period, where they will try to pick up more liquidity, and then they will attempt to short again before the next OPEX. GDP growth rate advanced 2 points. Whoa, that's a big move. Hmm. So exports up, imports down. Seems to be the hmm. Healthcare advancing. It's quite good. Durable goods orders are up. But prices for goods are also up quite a bit. Initial jobless claims down again, so that's not very good. Continued jobless claims are up. 4-week average is up. GDP sales up. Well, it looks like the stronger dollar is benefiting us a lot. I would say. I would also say that, with jobs numbers still kind of unaffected and prices still continuing to surge, that inflation hasn't slowed. But it could give the Fed the room to be more aggressive again. Everyone sold their short-term upstart positions yesterday. Now no more reg show. Yeah. How do you think they got upstart off reg show? Puts or just buying? Usually reversal trades. That's how they keep GameStop off reg show. That's something they did on Bobby a lot to get it off reg show. What do you expect the price action of Upstart to be in the next couple of weeks? Okay, I went over that. SPX OI update. Looking good, up to like 3,900, 4,000, but very, very risky under 3825. So we don't want to see a slide back down into the 3,700 range at all. Isn't Twitter getting delisted tomorrow? I have no idea. I haven't been paying attention to it at all. This is when I say bull flag for Jimmy, and Girk says I'm wrong. Yes. You see my picture in general chat? How many do you need? Oh. I'm okay. I'm well stocked, actually. Thank you for the offer. Very well stocked. Pink tights. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much for signing up. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
What are major resistances on Cat? It's kind of blown through most of them. The next big resistance on Cat to the upside's right about where it's trading. 1452. After that, 218.76. Ooh, Cat weeklies? Meta looks like it's gonna move up. Puts on cat here? They just reported like some of their best earnings in ever. They've been charging people more money for the same shit, and people are buying even more of it. Very bullish. What's a reversal trade? You buy and in the money call, exercise it, and then sell and in the money put. Or buy and in the money put and exercise it. So you just generate volume, cost free. So in the money call, in the money put, exercise both. You generate 200 volume. It helps wash FTDs through CNS. Those will fail, so obviously you want to make sure that you do enough of them that you get the stock off of reg show, because you don't want to have to be forced to locate them. Ooh, I like this. Jimmy look bullish? Not particularly. Although IV's improved a little bit. Why did I sell cat? I have no idea. In the event of a market crash, is cat the first stock we buy for the long term? I mean, it depends on why the market crashes. What is your expectation for Upstart for today and tomorrow? I don't know. It might have a little bit of volatility over the rest of this week. Will Jimmy be shorted prior to the ETF FTDs? Possibly, but more likely that it just kind of stays relatively flat. Oh, that reminds me. I need to post the... Nope, that's not it. 1 second. Boom. Need to post those numbers. Good GDP means ups? Not necessarily, but it's not bad news. It's bad news from the Fed point of view, though. Yeah, that's kind of tough to say. I wouldn't say it's really bullish or bearish. It's kind of a mix of both. The Fed's hoping to obviously curb economic growth, right? So it could mean that the Fed is so far unsuccessful. I'm all in on Metacalls. Trust the Zach. Yeah, yeah, it's paid out really well this year. Ooh. Sorry, I'm just trading the SPX. I should buy catcalls, and the moment you did, it lost like half its value. You have my pickle salute. I'm gonna buy more. If the market stops dropping. We'll see. We have support at 38.25, so below that level, and I'll cut everything. Cat 2020C position sold yesterday. Ouch. What are your thoughts on Google earnings? Did you listen to their call? I haven't gotten a chance to listen to their call, actually. I don't own that much Google yet. Oof, out. Hmm. Yeah. One sec. On. Ooh. I'm gonna put a stop on these. Stop. All right. Any idea how to lower my $40 GME cost basis? You can sell cover calls. Fubo Holdings. Fubo bringing down the markets. I'd imagine Fubo just dropping with the market. Yeah. Hmm. Wait 1 second. I need to look at something here. We slipped below, but we have support at 38.10. All right, let's see if we move back up. Why is the SPY a piece of shit? Because the economy's all over the fucking place. Thoughts on Upstart off reg show? I went over that first thing this morning. Like the first question I answered. I also wrote about it on the Discord. Do you mind touching a bit on Apple November 170s you're still holding? Didn't you say you kind of expect their earnings to be weak? I do. Would you sell CCs at the $40 strike or risk the lower strike for good premium? For more premium? I would risk the lower strike for more premium. I wouldn't sell at 40. They're not worth anything at $40. I just want to say thanks for your comments on the Dillionaire stream on Sunday about how to deal with small options positions. It really helped me exit with a decent profit this week. Congratulations, man. MMTLP about to move back to 6. Can we get some VUP song? Yeah, I'm not playing the VUP song for MMTLP. In my home country, we make a lot of house-made pickles, pickled cucumbers, tomatoes, even spicy peppers. If someone has nausea or sick, they drink the pickle juice. It helps a lot. Try it. Noted. Thank you. I get stopped out of those. Oh, so close. Thoughts on Fubo 4Cs for next Friday? Buying them back before earnings? I think Ivy bump will keep price elevated into it. But that's the problem is you're going to be selling calls into an IV bump, right? Which is, why would you want to do that? When Beanie Babies IPO? I have no idea. Remember when you bought too much of Cat by accident? That was fun. It was pretty cool. We'll see what it does today. I'm excited about it. Their earnings were so fucking good. Good idea to buy back $20 Upstart CSPs for November. If you're positive on them by quite a lot, probably not a bad idea. I would have bought them back over the last couple days when the price was up. RAD is up 25-30% this week. It had 20% runs 3 months ago with July OPEX. Maybe April OPEX as well. Its price has been quite volatile. Wondering if this is noise or more of a quarterly OPEX cycle. Oh, it's part of the basket. It's just not very interesting usually. Sold a Fubo Jan 3P, bought Jan 5C. Okay. Net credit feels good playing with a free call. Feels like there's very little chance Roberto breaks 3 in Jan unless we legit crash. I could agree with that. Spy slipping. Looks like it's starting to attempt to recover, at least. Oh, stopped out. Lame. Buy Theta, can't move slow, he said. Plus 7%. I mean, at least you had the Theta to wait this out, though, right? You heard it here first. Apple drops the market. JPow saves the market with dovish talk. Next week, VUPS. Okay. I don't hate that. Ooh. Re-enter? No. Wait. Hmm. Made a profit on trading this cycle with shares, not bag holding anything, not in options yet. So happy at least the learnings of the last 1.5 years paid off a bit. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. I sold some 210Cs for 11.4 on Cat to ensure my 185Cs for Jan. Thoughts on letting both ride for now? To look for a better chance to buy back the sold calls. Well, I mean, you have to, right? Because you either have to close them together, right? Or you have to um wait until it falls below 210. Yeah. Yeah, if especially if I'd assume they're naked, right? Like you don't own shares, so well, that was in and out very quickly. All right. Over here trying to find Girk's comments on the Discord, and I have to filter through Stefan pressuring him on Stotch RSI. FFs, man. Dude, it's like the first thing I talked about this morning. Spy bear trap. I don't know if it's a bear trap, but I just like entered and then got like wicked out on the next candle, so unfortunately. All right. Stopped out of my puts, so that's cool. Credit Suisse looking good today. We'll see how they do. I know Deutsche didn't do that well. Weeklies last week and this week on cat printed so hard. Yeah, it really moved it had some really big legs up. Not only last week but this week as well. It doesn't usually do that, right? Note to self, Rev sad, Upstart not yet. OPEX just okay. Cat should have full ported. Yeah, Cat's amazing. It's up $60 in the last like 3 weeks. When is FOMC? Um November 1st. I think the announcement's on the 2nd. Would you hold Upstart December 16's 50s and average them down or roll them out? I mean, I'm going to hold them, but don't forget that my calls on Upstart have been mostly free. I've paid for them with like CSP credits. So keep that in mind. I'm going to probably play a little fast and loose with them because of that. SPX is all very strong to me. Am I wrong? Or maybe I'm just really far behind in chat. Do you usually play the downside of Cat? No, because it's super undervalued. Like Cat's probably worth now after these earnings even more than $240 a share. So playing the downside's kind of risky. If it drops with the indices, awesome, right? That's just another entry opportunity. But outside of that, I'd be cautious trying to play the downside. Do you have any December left on Upstart? Yeah, $35, $40, and $50 calls. Found it? Cool. I don't think Credit Suisse has announced their earnings yet. When does the Fubo put wall expire? We might see it get pulled back around earnings. I think a lot of it is dated for November 18th. Yeah, there's a pretty significant chunk of it's dated for November 18th. A lot of it also for this week. So over the next few weeks, it'll start to pull back. You can filter by user in Discord. Point to Delta CC safe on Jimmy for next week. I mean, not safe, but less risky. There's a pretty hard wall at like 27. Definitely at 27.50. Serious FU from yesterday. Really, I know PE ratios were overinflated, but where'd all the money go? Like to the winning short bets? So like half of all the money in the market was removed. All the money's in on RRP. That's where all the liquidity is, man. What did I want to look up? Oh, no, I didn't need to check. Google looking like a steal, about 11, 18, 100s. Okay. Okay. You think you're dropped below 30.80 on the SPY, either for retracement off this crazy rip or from Apple earnings? Full Bull says we hit 390 end of week, 400 next. What are your thoughts? I think we'll just continue to stagnate kind of between 37.50, which is a little unlikely, and 38.50 until after the earnings are out for Apple and Amazon. We still aren't seeing a lot of, we're seeing a little more downside positioning. We're also seeing a little more upside positioning, but neither in significant quantities. So I would say that sentiment institutionally is kind of split. Fun to trade the volatility in this range, I guess. Probably overnight straddles into the end of the week will pay off well. This morning's paid off really well. I would probably at least consider continuing to do that. I mean, you can make, even conservatively, you can make like 10% a day. There's nothing worse than when your stop gets tapped on SPX and then it rips. Selling Upstart 20p CSP still good for the next 2 weeks. Or do you expect shorting below 20 going into the next OPEX? I would expect shorting below 20 after the ETF FTD period. So watch out for that. So after, really after November 7th, I would be very careful on selling CSPs on Upstart at 20. Ooh, fun. Let's look at Cat December 2020 call after great earnings. I'd be careful buying them now. They're super expensive. And, how much more room to the upside do you think there is? I hate this market. Stopped out of calls immediately on SPX, and then my puts stop out immediately when it turns around. I can never win. You're probably setting your stops a little too close. You got to remember the like spread, the amount of volatility in the spread on SPX can be pretty extreme. That's one of the bigger risks of playing it. Enter and exit Cat half a dozen times these last 3 weeks for good profit. Given earnings in the economy, when would you look to re-enter long without being chasey? I would probably hold off. Cell phone rings. Hello, he got stopped out. Good, pump it. Yeah, right. It's just the worst feeling. I just woke up from a nap. Why are my rev calls down 91%? Deutsche Bank is up like 5% today. Go figure. Yeah, I don't think there's an opportunity to re-enter long on Cat right now. You're really taking on a high degree of risk betting on continued upside unless the indices are going to push higher. So, I mean, betting on Cat now is kind of the same like betting on SPY or Dow over the next few weeks. Do you think Upstart will have decent earnings? I mean, they've been doing better and better. It's okay. So Upstart's earnings, I would guess, are kind of it's tough to say. Um, they could beat. They're in kind of a weird range. Either their earnings are gonna move negative, or they'll beat. I know they've picked up a lot of regional banks over the last few quarters. I mean, they're trading at a ridiculously low PE value, compared to their or price to profit value compared to their competitors. Um, we'll see. The acquisition of their product and picking up new accounts is slow but steady. So I think we could see the trend of dropping earnings continue a little while longer, maybe another couple quarters before we start to see them performing a little better again. But I don't think like a surprise to the upside's out of the question. think Cat has more left in it today. It could. We'll see. This resistance can be really hard, or you know, it can kind of just rocket through it. That's on 150Cs for Apple playing or market rally. Not worth the risk until after earnings. Probably not worth the price till after earnings. I know Apple is traditionally a darling, but I don't see how they have good earnings with all the dynamics of the economy. Wish I was comfortable trading options because they'd be all over short dated puts. I'm considering them. If you buy a call on a stock with CSP premiums and that call prints, does that also count as averaging down your price? And you're generally that's supposed to be done to uh, ensure that you're able to buy at the lower price by exercising the call. You know, that you wanted to buy out with the CSP. But yes, I mean if you're gonna look at your total position P&L, sure. Google is a fairly decent buy right now. I already have some in this range. My cost basis is like 96 and change. Um, so my next buy is at 85. I'm probably not gonna buy any Google till the next leg down in the market, but that doesn't mean that this is a bad price. Don't be greedy on Cat. I was and didn't get enough 175s trying to buy in lower. It's just, well, I mean like Cat can move up really hard overnight, but it can also move down really hard overnight. You know, just be careful with it, right? Could this earnings be a reason for Cat to bounce and stay up and outside of the current channel that it is in? Um, mm, probably not. They've had good earnings for the last several quarters. Um, the problem with Cat is it's very heavily weighted in the indices that it trades in. So when they drop, when you get a big drop across the sector of the market, Cat's very impacted by that. Even though it's much more valuable than the prices it drops to, you still have that. You still kind of have that issue. Why do you hate shops so much? I pulled back my options because you made me money on everything else. I hate going against you, but I hate that you hate shops so much. I don't like their service. I know a lot of business owners that are not very fond of them and will move on to any other product at any other time or any other opportunity they get to do that. I think shop is kind of overvalued. I know they had decent earnings this quarter, but a lot of my shitty expectations for shop were over the last several months. It does have some value. I don't think it's like a worthless stock, but I didn't want to go long on it at like 38 or 40, and I was short on it for quite a while from like 120 down to I don't even remember. It was like 75 or something like that. I think I missed a Ko-Fi here. This is dumb. If short bets banks can take most of the money out because bubbles, all the big corps, rich execs, etc., should be incentivized to reform the system to ensure they keep the money in their company and can still have access to all that capital. No? I mean, how, right? Besides bonds. Cheesecake Factory can't be stopped. Bristol has obligations on OTC, and we did have that 15 million volume day. Do you think we see some spicy price action when those FTDs come due? Or was that likely covered when the price drilled? It could have been covered when the price drilled. I mean, there's a risk there that it was. Remember, there's no options influencing the price anymore either. Not really. So hedging is going to be drastically reduced. Not that a lot of hedging went on before it got delisted, but something to think about. Do you think selling Fubo 3.5 CSP 7 to 14 DT to enter a position is worth it or viable? Do you see it going much lower? Premium looks okay for my port size. Thanks, Pickle. Yeah, I mean, it's not only is it a great price for Fubo, but the yield on those is pretty decent. I think it's like you can make like 10% every 7 or 14 days. It's not bad. Did you guys say SPX gets to yesterday's high? I'm not quite sure there's enough call interest. There's a decent amount. It's the problem. The problem is, it wasn't building up this morning. It is coming in, the call interest, but as of last night, a little hard to cross 3850. But if we do, there's a nice little ramp up to 3900. So if that ramp has grown, then we actually look quite good. But I do think like between 3850 and 3860 is kind of hard to cross. So yeah, the range we're trading in right now doesn't look the best. Cat looks like it's gonna break up hard, if the market does. Look at the cat daily. It looks good for a pullback of some sort, right? Says a bitter man who took profit at 184. Profits are profits, though. Okay, they just had their best earnings ever. I don't think a pullback is something that's extremely, like, especially not a hard pullback right now, is very likely without the indices also pulling back. Can SPX tap 3880 today? That's possible, yeah. I think it could tap 3,900. We could move above 3,900. It depends on how call positioning from this morning plays out. Calls got real cheap at 38.15, so we'll see if people bought more or not. I don't have intraday OI. I'm not a market maker. I can only see so much, right? Jimmy calls became so cheap. Holy crud. Yeah, they did. And the market looks kind of strong. I'm thinking about closing my CCs for the profit and moving. See, I know if I do that, I'm not going to get another opportunity if I can sell them again. Fuck. I'll just leave them. Maybe I'll just sell more. Predictions on Apple and Amazon earnings. I don't expect either of them to be good, but both companies are big enough that they could definitely manipulate their accounting to the point where they show okay, like an okay quarter. They have enough revenue streams, right? They don't need to be good, right? I don't think the expectation is for them to have good earnings. They just need to do a little better than expected. I built exclusively on Shop after using many others in 20 years of web development. It's vastly superior to other e-com offerings for mid-level businesses. Very wrong take. Well, all the mid-level business owners I know, I mean, it's obviously bias, right? But none of them like it. The company is massively overvalued, uh, which was a very big problem, right? I'm not saying they aren't gonna turn things around and grow over time, and this is probably a very good opportunity to buy them. But over the last 9 months, I have not been bullish on them, and that was uh the correct take. So looks like SPY's gonna break up again. GME getting a little pressure. What are your thoughts on Rev? If you want to continue holding it, expect it to take a few years. What are your expectations on Fubo's upcoming earnings? I don't know if I need to have any expectations. They kind of already announced a preliminary report. They look good. Up. Subscribers up. Revenues are up. What was that website you used called that gave 15-minute delayed options data? Shift search. It's free. I mean, it's just Flow, but it's free. How much does the better than expected GDP come in help the market? It's good and bad, right? Like it gives the Fed room to be way more hawkish, because obviously they're not trimming back economic growth sufficiently. They want to skirt a recession, but they don't want a boom, right? So I don't really know how good GDP is for the market. Not long term, at least. It would almost be better if the numbers came in more neutral. BMY looking good for a breakout. I just got an email about their new cancer drugs. Ooh, interesting. Actually like that company. Kind of like some sort of work outside my apartment, super loud. Um, yeah, I guess my biggest problem with BMY would be there's just not that much room to the upside. I wonder how options are priced. Probably fairly flat. Stopped out a cat there for a minute. All right, this looks like a little bit of a breakdown out of the uptrend. I would wait to see how this plays out. Grab 200 more Fubo shares for earnings next week. Thoughts on how you see their earnings going? They already did a preliminary report on their earnings. It looks like their earnings will be good. Can bad Apple earnings affect Netflix positively? Could, yeah. If Apple's showing a decline where Netflix is showing a growth, like in subscriber base, I assume for like Apple TV versus Netflix, like if one's shrinking and the other's growing, that's probably a positive for Netflix. How are you looking? I'm not really looking for gamma ramps. I run several global DTC e-com businesses for electronics manufacturers. Shop is a stellar platform. The biggest thing they have going for them is Adobe not knowing what to do with Magento? Huh. What are your expectations for Fubo's upcoming earnings? When is Fubo earnings? Is it best to buy back CC's before then? Fubo earnings, I believe, is next week. And yeah, it's probably not a good idea to have covered calls sold out into earnings. Unless you want to sell them like right before earnings when IV is up. Cat already has been increasing their prices. Uh, that's one of the reasons their earnings are so good. SPY Head and Shoulders 1 hour chart. I would say sure if we got a pullback, but it doesn't look like it. I mean, it just looks like an uptrend. Not only does it look like an uptrend, it broke into a higher uptrend. So no, but obviously, yeah, we could see like Apple and Amazon miss, and that could draw us back down to like that 37.50 level. Um, you could say Head and Shoulders, but it really isn't until you at least have the head part complete. Let's see if SPX finds some stability here after the breakdown. I think it might, like here on the EMA 60. Oh no. No, it's got support there. I noticed during OPEX, the price kept rising. They just kept pricing down IV. Like they were desperate to get people to drop calls. Nope. What the fuck did I just get stopped out of? Oh, okay. Upstart is off reg show. That's correct. We expect SPX to hit 3,900 today. It's looking quite weak, to be honest. I don't think it looks that weak. I would say the lower trend is still intact for now. It's recovering. And this is an inverse head and shoulders, right? I don't think the recovery looks all that weak. We'd want to look at like this level for a turnaround and see if it finds support the second time. I think it definitely needs more call interest. Like I don't think it's gonna rally, but there's enough call interest at 3,900 that if we do get up in that range, we could get kind of just pulled up into it. Yeah, there goes the lower trend. Actually, you know what? It might bounce. It might bounce here. I might have a little better support than the low one. I wouldn't go long on it yet. I would wait. No, I took a screenshot and then something got stopped out. I just don't know what it was. I'll have to look at my orders. What size is your monitor? They're like 27.5 inches or something like that. GE has a way different revenue model than Caterpillar does. Those are more exposed to like agriculture. I'm leaving my COT spread 185 210 bull call spread open overnight to see if we fall with tech earnings. Are we concerned about sold 210Cs for CAT on 11.4 being exercised early? Probably. Will it create a margin call for you if they are? I mean, you're only out $6 a share, right? Oh, I like this. Uh, with what's left of the blown up ports, I'm pretty much just full ported into Fubo, CSV shares, and Jan calls. Good play or regarded? What do you mean? What's left of blown up ports? I'm pretty much just full ported into Fubo. I think Fubo is a really solid play. I think they're a decent company and they've got some pretty good growth potential. Should I dump my SPX puts? I guess you could see how this plays out right here in this range. The problem is you're really close to like risk, right? And if it gaps up, you're gonna get burned. I don't know when you entered them either, but these cat weeklies I semi-ghosted you on are great. I'm 100%. I got stopped out at like 60, but yeah, they're doing pretty good. Okay, Gurk, real talk. Do you think it's bad to rely on a stock YouTuber as my primary source of income? The other options are my stable engineering paycheck or the dumpster. I'll let you decide which I view as more lucrative. Congratulations on Caterpillar, Big Tiltanionaire. All I can do is the analysis, man. You've still gotta do the trading. As much as I'd love to take credit for all of it. My theta is over 300 a day currently. I like this free money. As long as I will keep rolling on every Friday. On what? Really been thinking about what you talked about the other day. Buying lots of theta if you're working. I feel like I should start always doing 60, 90 DTE versus the 20, 30 DTE I've been doing. I could agree with that. Okay, OG rules. That's starting to look a little more risky, right? I you if you had puts right now and you bought puts at the top for the breakdown of the uptrend, you would want to be putting like a stop probably at that upper resistance. Now, if bulls just blew out right there, it may drop more. So don't put it too tight. But if they haven't, this could rally really hard here in a second. Yeah, I wouldn't have CCs out for earnings. I would be careful with that. Thanks. Just looking for some reassurance. My trading confidence has taken a hit the last few weeks. Understandable. That happens. Could I'm start really run now with less interest in keeping the price down? Oh, there isn't less interest in keeping the price down. There's just as much interest in keeping the price down. They may run it to clear the obligations they built up to ensure that they don't get it stuck back on reg show again. Thoughts on Airbnb 90p 1118. Think they'll continue the downtrend on earnings next week? I have a PT of 100. Sub 100. Okay. I assume a PT of around 100. I would say I would say 100 is a little low. I'm not a huge fan of like I don't like their earnings potential necessarily, but they've been doing pretty well over the last 2 quarters still. And generally they rally on their earnings. Or at least they rallied on their Q2 earnings. It's kind of in a risky spot. It's even on the technicals. I would say that be careful with it. I wouldn't over leverage myself, or maybe I'd use some kind of spread to protect the upside. Cat v SPX Bank Theta. Careful management of GME. I'm learning. Thanks, man. You got it, dude. Congratulations. I never used TDA as a brokerage. I would report it to them, though, if you have a bug. That shit on the floor if we got a Thursday OPEX. I mean, we still just have that volatile hedge, right? Like that's all that's really changed here. There's still a brick fucking wall at 2750, Carl. That's a Jan 190p for cat. Thanks. I don't love it. Maybe 200p. 190 is too far out of the money. You don't want to play really far out of the money on Caterpillar because, well, it's risky. I'm not saying it can't move that much. It could. But you don't want your theta decaying for that long. And like Cat doesn't have the IV bumps that can help make up for that. My RevRQ position is down 69%. I failed to see how that can be anything but bullish. I want to agree with you. If SPX does get a turnaround here, this is really stable. That's the wedge breakdown done now. So there's an ascending wedge here, right? Breakdown, and then ideally we'd see a recovery in this range. Thursday OPEX is on their bingo card, though. Zero GT floor trades coming in for Jimmy at 27.50. Nice. I'd definitely be interested in the 5K account bit. Would that be members only? I'm still trying to figure out how to do it without having people try to, like, how to offset. I have to, like, offset the reporting of the positions. And I have to open up another brokerage account, which I'm really lazy. I never wanted to marry anything. Then Kat stepped into my life. Thoughts on attending that? I'll fight you for it. At the altar. Um, well, why would they want to run it with no calls on the chain? That's not very advantageous for them. Gross. Ew. That broke down really hard. Jesus. I'm gonna stop on this. Oh. Fucking piece of shit. And the fucking spy is driving me nuts today. Ugh. What do you mean offset position reporting? In regards to what? What's the context? I don't know what you're talking about. SPX ascending wedge forming on the 5-minute. Yeah, that's not bullish though. I wouldn't even say it's forming yet. Is there a difficulty difference between the SPY and SPX? SPX is a lot harder. I had any idea to buy both TQQ and SQQQ and sell calls against both using cover call premium to buy the index that is down to increase position. Is this a good idea or am I being a Dan? What an idea to buy both TQQQ and SQQQ and sell calls against both using cover call premium. Buy the index that is down to increase position. I mean, they're depreciating. Piece of shit. I hate the fucking SPX right now. I'm done with this shit for today. Show SPX who's boss. It's like too slippery to trade it today. It's a little more liquid than yesterday, but it's still too illiquid. Like the trends in both direction have no stability, right? Sometimes you got to know when to walk away from it. It'll save you a lot of money. Bull trap into bear trap into bull trap into bear trap. Yeah. What makes a stock illiquid? Well, SPX isn't a stock. Usually on days like this, it just means there's low participation in the market. SPX is index options. Just watching SPX 0 GT pricing is insane. Blink once and you're up or down 20%. Yes. Yeah, SPX options are European style. I'm holding a straddle that doesn't want to print either side. And I know if I close one leg, it's going to go the other way. I'm not going to blink first this time. What are you holding a straddle on? Don't squanch my squirt. I'm feeling a little bit better. I still can't eat, but I can like drink fluids, which is nice. I once did European style, but that was back in college. Hmm. Wasn't the market more linear 15 to 20 years ago? Yeah. Is that downturn from jobless claims coming in higher? No, jobless claims coming in higher should be bullish. And initial jobless claims dropped, which is not that's more likely to have a negative effect. I think the market might be there might be a little fear of the GDP coming in with it's performing so well because that's gives the Fed a lot more room to be hawkish, right? They can be like, look, there's no chance of a recession. Let's bump these rates. I'm curious what your strategy is when there's a bull market. Do you just sell out of the money cover calls to generate income? Or do you just sell cash secured puts to generate income? I do both. Bull call spreads are fucking awesome in a bull market. Same. Uh, so are well, not only bull call spreads, or you could go like bull put spreads, right? If you want to do the credit side. Bull markets are really easy. It's hard to make huge money in a bull market, but steady money is awesome. Also, you get more lucky to the upside in a bull market, I guess. There just tends to be less volatility on those price increases. Do we have a chance to breach 5 by the end of the year? I think so. I think we could see $5 before the end of the year. You got it, Santa Cruz. Congratulations. What type of physics and engineering are used in the financial markets? Jesus. All of them? In varying degrees. It depends on if they can be applied or not. Thermodynamics, definitely. Um, hmm. Theoretical physics. Yeah, AI machine learning. To a degree. I think like relativistic mechanics are used. Statistical mechanics, obviously. PEMDAS. Fourier transforms? Yeah, but I don't know how useful they are. Just because the market's chaotic, right? Guybrushing laws. Absolutely wouldn't leave home without statistical mechanics. I'm calling it range day. Nothing above 3850 nor below 3800. I already said that earlier. The cool thing is very volatile between the two. Well, hopefully very volatile between the two. Just share your thoughts on Apple tonight. I worry that there's already a lot of negativity priced in. Apple's dumped pretty hard over the last several weeks, and I think there's a possibility that they announced a lot of those things in order to lower expectations going into earnings. And they could still show not necessarily a great quarter, but an okay one. Cat done, or is it gonna bounce? It could bounce. Definitely a rejection there. A little bit of a sell-off. I got stopped out of some cat calls. Most of them. I only have like 10 calls left on cat now. Don't tell Gurk, but I started to DCA into cat 12, 16, 200 Ps. You can try it. I mean, you're going to need the indexes to turn down, though. That's the problem, and they may not. It's kind of a gamble. There's things that are more overvalued that you could bet on to the downside. Also, if you don't want me to know, don't squanch my squire. Don't tag me in the... Never mind. Like, hey, Gurk, don't tell Gurk. Plus, phone companies are still buying a ton of Apple phones. Well, that was the first bad news that Apple released, right? Was that, distributors were orders were down, right? And the inventory on the iPhone 14 wasn't being stocked as heavily. Then they announced that they were halting the manufacturing of the iPhone 14, which doesn't really mean a lot. It could just mean that they simply built enough models fast enough that they had plenty of supply. And that could actually be bullish, right, going into this quarter, because it could reduce some of their costs. Because they didn't over manufacture, they could have a massive amount of savings in costs. And I'd watch out for that, right? Like, where sales fell short, maybe they saved more money. I don't know why this gap just couldn't fill on the first drop. I'll keep going. Go the fuck back up. Shit. Like GameStop? Kind of, yeah. I mean, the GameStop sales are down, right? But if they save money, they can still show growth. I tag PiFi all the time, and he still doesn't see my messages. Half of your messages are spy end of year 520, and have you looked at ACIW today? Are you saying Apple weeklies are on the menu? I mean, you could if you want to try it. I'm betting they beat expectations, and there's a lot of bullishness on the call chain. I know a lot of people have asked me about my positions on Apple over the last few days, and it's really just to see what happens with earnings. Where do you keep up to all the smaller info news on all these stocks, like Apple not shipping as many phones, BP and their European exposure? Well, BP's European exposure was something that I researched a lot, right? But I don't know, just pay attention. You should always be informed on like everything that's going on in the market if you're a trader, or at least anything big. I mean, you should read all the news. It doesn't mean you need to believe all the news, but you should read it nonetheless. Especially anything directly from companies. Fucking piece of shit, man. $11.18, 150 C's for Apple, like decently priced right now. They're not too bad, yeah. Thoughts on wheat going into Q1, Q2 of 2023? It's probably another opportunity to re-enter it if a food shortage is something that you want to bet more on. I mean I took a lot of profits on the last big run, and I'm probably going to reposition soon. Remember wheat kind of inverse, like wheat and grain are going to be kind of inverse, like negative beta. So I'd wait for a market rally to play out before getting into them. Use a specific site or service for news? Not really. I don't pay for one. Most brokerages have like news feeds. I know Fidelity does, IBKR does. They'll have like a news feed kind of thing that you can scroll through and look at stuff. Google's fine. Bloomberg's kind of a ripoff. Seeking Alpha's like free articles can be interesting because sometimes you can get other analysts or traders' perspectives. I know Seeking Alpha tends to be a little bit more unbiased because it's not like a centralized news source. People just like their writers kind of have range to write about whatever they want to. You think Cat will go back to the buy signal around 160, 165 ever again? Or is it going to break out of that downward channel it's been in for 2 years? It hasn't been in a downward channel for 2 years. It's just been in a downward channel since last year. I don't even think quite a full year yet. Well, close. DDS has a very illiquid options chain. It presents a lot of risk to market makers. So not only is there no interest in its options, the market makers don't really want to make a market for it. GME is actually the worst stock since BBBY. I don't know, man. I've made a lot of money on GME. I don't hate it. I still make a lot of money every week on it. So just buy it cheap, and then you don't have these. You don't. Your worries about GME change drastically if you do that. At least we're starting to set kind of a trend finally. Yeah, even TradingView's newsfeed sucks, but it does have one. Hey, Greg, I've been gone all morning. I sold cat at 195. Sad panda. Okay. You didn't do anything wrong by doing that. Why do you not like cat puts? Was it time? Because we can't just buy theta like December here at the top? Or worried about more up? I'd be worried about both. Not only would I be worried about more up, I would be worried about not being able to get a sufficient amount of time to capture the drop, or the drop being insufficient. Don't forget that we're going to see sector shift into value, and cat has just really loudly announced to the entire market that it's generating tons of value. I'd be careful shorting a stock that just had its best earnings ever in the middle of a fucking recession and global economic meltdown. I would be. It does have index exposure. It will drop with the indices, but why try to capture the drop on cat when you could just capture the drop on the index way more profitably? With a $50 spread, I assume you mean a 50-cent spread. Look for a contract with higher interest, man. Usually the leaps, like June 40s are really good. Fucking IV is insane. Um, December 60s don't have a terrible spread. Those are way too the fucking far out of the money. I'd rather just kind of buy BP. I mean, I have a few calls on this, but they're not a lot, and it's more just like just to broaden my exposure. Like BP is already exposed to European LNG, and you know obviously volatility is way lower here. You know, you can buy Jan 24s for like 4. You can buy Jan 23s or like June 23s relatively cheap. Like 35s are only $3. Since OPEX didn't happen, are we looking at a more explosive OPEX in November? I hopefully, yeah. That is what that should mean. My dog attacked a stray cat yesterday. Bullish? No. So wait for cat, drop, and buy more calls again. So am I targeting 220C for Jan if we drop to 190, 195? Not necessarily. If it drops to 190, 195, it means the indexes are probably falling and it could drop further. But it won't drop at the same rate. It takes a long time for cat to get like walked back down again. You just have to be really, really patient with cat. There's been 5 good entries, maybe 6 and one that I missed, over the last year. Little more than a year. A few minutes behind, but regarding wheat, the current agreement with the Russian ends late November 28th. There's rumblings from the Russians as that hasn't been good for them. That could be good, yeah. I mean, as long as that conflict continues, there's a lot of potential in wheat, especially going into the winter, right? Do you think FUBO will slowly grind up into earnings next week? Was thinking about 45 or 5 November 4 CCs. Buy them back Monday after weekend theta decay has its way with them. It could, yeah, it could start grinding up into earnings. Maybe. We'll see how much interest there is in FUBO's earnings. $37.88 end of day. You're gonna open up CCs again on GME. I already did. Yeah, great entry on cat, but I sold too soon. Interesting. Cat DFU is not a cat. Coincidence? I don't know. So 100% good with slow days like this. Chill, just hang out. Yeah. If they're good earnings, if the SPY rallies, can cat potentially see a 52-week high? Yeah, I mean, if S&P pushes right now with the earnings on the table, if S&P pushes up above like 4,000, cat could I don't know about a 52-week high, but cat could push up a lot. Its 52-week high isn't that crazy. It's like 230 or 237, so that's possible. High or low on SPX? No, just same low, unfortunately. If Amazon or Apple meet or beat tonight, then we have VUPs tomorrow. Well, I mean, we'll have, yeah, it'll help drive the market higher. Why did Fubo release pre-earnings? Create buzz? Also, I think they wanted to kind of inform institutional investors of their intent to no longer participate in the gambling side of their business. Jesus fucking Christ. I just can't with this thing today. Whatever. I'm out of it. Do you think Meta has bounce potential? It might have some, but whose earnings are going to pump them? It'll get dragged up if the market drags up. It's still weighted pretty heavily. Potential volatility event on Fubo in the short term. Probably more towards OPEX, like November OPEX, I'm guessing. It ran with GME on the August one, so I would imagine when the rest of the basket runs. Are you still in SPX calls? My 3800s? I only have like 5 left. I sold most of them last night. Or most of the rest. So I'm almost out of SPX calls. I haven't repositioned higher up yet. Do you have any short-term cat calls? I did earlier today, and then I got stopped out of them. I bought some weeklies this morning. If you had no position in Jimmy or Upstart, which is more attractive to you in the next year, 2 years, 5 years? In the next year, I would say probably Upstart. In the next 2 years, maybe GME. 5 years, that's hard to say between the two of them. I mean, I think Upstart's continuing to grow, their user base. I think they already have a high demand product. I think GameStop's still looking for one. Obviously, I mean, you already know my GameStop position. And my cost basis is significantly lower than it would be if I tried to enter Upstart. But I do have Upstart share position, and I have been building it. I don't think the company's that bad, and I think it's very cheap. I think they're pretty well managed. Their finances are in order. Their cash flow's solid. I think they can weather the recession. And I think when banks either move to start selling more loans in a higher interest rate environment, or lenders or borrowers are more attracted to loans as we move into a lower interest rate environment, both of those would be a positive for them. So, I don't know if $20 is the price point that I want to have it at. If I was going for like a 2 to 5 year hold, I would probably aim more in like the $15 range. I just don't know if we'll ever see that because of the short positions and the potential for volatility. Any sources for intraday index pricing? Like one free, 5 15-minute bars. I don't know. Probably Google. Google like Finance has it, or you could just use your brokerage. It'll be on a delay. Most free ones will be on a delay for indexes. Early thoughts on November OPEX. I mean, I like it. I like that we had a lot of pressure on this one, even though we didn't see any realization of that pressure. Which makes me feel a little more bullish for November. I mean, they've got to keep the price from breaking out for a reason, but part of that's also us, basically strangling the stock to death. I mean, we'll see. We can't count their obligations, so there's no way to know, but I would say it looks decent. I would worry that something else in the basket might go off. With Upstart off Reg Show, I'm a little less concerned with that. So maybe we won't have like a risk off type of event. Are you gonna? I already shed my Upstart November calls. I shed my Upstart November calls. I sold $25 CCs. Yeah. And we can still pump, but the opportunity to pump is off the table until we hit ETF FTDs. They have sufficient liquidity. Their puts are going to expire in the money. We'll probably have a tiny bump on the first or the second from puts deleveraging. Not big, few percent, nothing much. And then, you know, ETF FTDs into November. I think November 7th and 8th look best for the next ETF FTD period. And they do look higher. They're not low like they were in September. So that's exciting. September and October. You know, remember the ETF FTDs were kind of insignificant. They're much higher now for this period, so it looks a little bit better. You think this split canceled the potential for Jamie to be put on Reg Show? Yes, I think it very likely did. Do you think several analysts coming out reinforcing Meta as a buy are doing so to stop the sell-off, as there then so many mutual funds and pensions? Probably. Yeah. I mean, they're trying to stabilize it. I'll set a buy order for Meta at $20. I don't mind. Yeah, Upstart's off Reg Show. We already talked about this. It was part of the initial discussion on Upstart. You know, there's some high similarities. We'll see if it ends up back on Reg Show or not. And its earnings could catalyze that. If earnings are strong and it puts a lot of pressure on the stock again. November 1 puts expiring for Upstart or Jimmy, causing that plus 10, 15%. November 1 puts. No. November 1st is just T plus 2 from the 28th's expiration. There's no puts for November 1st. What's the next SPX resistance if we drop more? We found a little support at 38.15 earlier. I don't know if we'll find support there again, but we'll see. You know, everyone's like, "Oh, these are COVID lows," right? But you know, the economy, not only the US economy, but the global economy is in a bad enough state with inflation that you know, we could see 8, 10, 15-year lows on some stocks before we start to see recovery. Everything always looks cheap at the top and expensive at the bottom, but it's, you know, you just need to be patient. I think people, yeah, there were people on the first drop of the SPY to like 420 that were like, "Oh man, I can't believe I'm buying fucking SPX at 4200." And those people look like idiots now, right? Or spy at 420. Meta at a 6-year low. It could go lower. Just because it's at a 6-year low doesn't mean it can't go lower. They have a dying business model. They're desperately trying to pump cash into other ventures, right? So, you know, they're even further expending money in order to salvage their company and get exposure to other industries. It's desperate, right? It's like sad. Until at 8-year lows. Yeah, wait till they get hit by the Chinese sanctions and that shows up on their earnings. Same for Nvidia and AMD. Carnival hit a 30-year low. The Carnival's probably just gonna go out of fucking business. They have so much goddamn debt. I think historically also in the market, you know, people have always latched on to these giant mega corporations, thinking they could never ever go under. And then sometimes they do, you know, like nothing lasts forever. GDP up. Fed gonna have to get cracking. How is SPX positioning today? Oh, it's just the worst. What are your thoughts on SPX after the Fed release? Please and thank you. I think we'll start to see a lot more leveraged put positions. Depending on what the Fed announces. You know, there's some speculation that the Fed will announce 0.5. It's unlikely, but they could. It could be a surprise. That would definitely trigger a rally. You're referring to Revlon? I mean, yeah, that's a good example. I didn't say it would cause it to go up 10 or 15%. I said like 3 to 5%. Small. GME and Upstart both. They have puts on the same date. Bear Stearns, Lehman, Enron, Meta, Nokia, BlackBerry. I mean, even Intel, right? Intel was unstoppable for years. IBM. They still exist. They still do stuff, but they're not definitely not the powerhouse they once were, right? At one point, like Intel was like 75, 68 a share. It's 26 now. People have been asking me if they should buy it since it was at 45. You just gotta wait. I know everyone wants to be in something and have exposure, but if you're trying to buy the bottom of a recession, you've got to really be patient. Well, Google's a monopoly. It's a little bit different, but that's a risk too. Stock has gone down for the last. IBM did well back in like 2010 to 2012 ish, if I remember correctly. But yeah, for the last 10 years, they've been in a pretty steady decline. If AMD drops in the $40 range, will you increase your position? I'm still waiting to sell my in the money covered calls on it. I'm probably going to sell them at 45, maybe 40. But yeah, I would increase my position below that. The calls will be dead if Elon takes Twitter private. Like if it's delisted, calls are gone. That's why they're not worth anything. AMD's already working on reshoring manufacturing to the US also, and Nvidia, like all of them are trying to have less exposure to Taiwan. It takes forever to build out the fabs though, so that's the problem. Is you need like a 10-year window without political turmoil to get it done. This is why individual stocks are risky longer term. When crash, the bottom, any stock will make money, but everyone should take a look at their ports and reallocate each 5 to 10 years. Yeah, I agree. It's one of the reasons I don't like long-term buy and hold. I know everyone, like, a lot long-term buy and hold, investors always tout the benefits of their strategy, but it has weaknesses. Target price for GME on November 18th. I don't know. We've had such a hard time getting it below gamma neutral for so long now. It'd be interesting if they short us hard after the ETF FTDs. Really hard. I mean, potentially we could hit the $22 or $19 range. They didn't get a lot of liquidity the last couple days, but they got a little bit. Are you still buying Upstart December calls? No, I'm not. I have Upstart December calls. I'm not buying more. As we approach November OPEX, I may average some of them down. But if they print during the ETF FTDs, I'll close them. What? Oh, Upstart has wild strikes for Jan 24 too. The chain goes up to 590 for Jan 2024. You don't use fibs at all? No, I don't think they're accurate. I think they're kind of an inaccurate way of measuring support and resistance levels. They're like a guess at where resistances should be. And I don't think they apply to the stock market. I know a lot of people use them, but the influence of that is minimal, especially in a bear market. Price target for GME ETF FTD like 30? Whoa, no, probably not. Maybe a few bucks up. I don't think we'll hit 30 unless the upside opens up a lot, which it currently isn't. DJI trying to break out of a descending channel. Do you think they need less liquidity than they did in the past because of share lockup via DRS? Share lockup via DRS means that they have to allocate less capital to manipulate the volatility. Like they bumped IV this week up to 120 and shorted IV back down to 85, right? That's a 40%, like almost a 40% move. JFresh told me 38.59 is not a meme, but I made a meme out of it. That's the most erroneous thing you've ever said. Fib is not a guarantee, but is a definite line to ride on for resistance or breaking or pushing. No, it's not. It's just setting two resistances at a ratio apart from one another. Which, you know, if you could just do that with trend lines, you don't need fibs to do it. And the ratio is fucking irrelevant. It guesstimates support and resistance levels by using two previous levels. They're horseshit. You're trying to apply a natural ratio to a chaotic system. You can backtest Fibonacci's and you'll find that like 10 to 15% of the time they are drastically off. And they only have like a slightly, I think it's slightly better than 60% hit rate on like pullbacks and bounces. They're just not that accurate. MACD is more accurate. MACD is like 71%. And MACD just tells you lies about the past. No, way off 10 to 15% of the time. Like they completely miss 10 to 15% of the time. Support and resistance, just horizontals, should have an accuracy like above 90%. So for as support and resistance points, that's a huge miss. That's not like predicting price action 85% of the time. MACD seem like North Korean history books. That's just the effect of smoothing in an oscillator, right, Dork? You've convinced me to look into trading fibs. Well, you couldn't possibly lose any more money, Poker Degen. I like my fibs like I like my women. Superficially cool looking, but deep down, statistically not reliable. So what exactly would come out of FOMC meeting next week? Or nothing until minutes are released 3 weeks later. What? No, it's the rate hike announcement, and it comes, I believe, on November 2nd. Yeah, Fed interest rate decision, 2 p.m., November 2nd. I tell myself lies about the past all the time. Like, I totally made money during May OPEX is my favorite one. Tau FM, it talks about measuring the size of the trend to judge the size of the breakout. Bullshit? To a degree. Most technical analysis is bullshit, right? Like the vast majority of technical analysis is complete bullshit. Option or stocks, most stocks are far too influenced by their options chain for any technical levels to really fucking matter that much, besides strikes where there is concentration of open interest. It's good for following trends and looking for entries, but that's about it. All TA really allows you to do is visualize lots of data easily. I tell people to learn technical analysis because it is important to understand it. You know, through technical analysis, it helps you, you know, you can pick stocks. Obviously, you have to dig into them a lot deeper than just the technicals, but it allows you to visualize a lot of their price data very quickly over longer and shorter periods of time, and see if it's something you even want to be involved with, right? And then, you know, you can use it to determine trends and, you know, best entries. But other than that, it's pretty fucking useless. There isn't a lot of technical analysis for volume trends, which are far more important. There's some, but not a lot. And then there's, you know, price analysis, which is pretty important, more like Wyckoff. Take a look at XRT. We may get a breakout here soon. Well, they've got what, 2 weeks to get XRT off of Reg Show? That looks kind of bullish. I think it's probably performing more like IWM right now. Yeah. The fuck. If enough traders use them, and a lot do, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, it doesn't, because, you know, traders at banks don't use them. Just retail traders. It's only self-fulfilling if the underlying's illiquid and there's not a lot of interest in it. Or it's self-fulfilling on indices because levels are fairly locked in by the participants. My favorite lie is my cost basis of 38.27 on GME is fantastic. Incorrect. We could all possibly lose more money. Fibs or not. Oh, he can't. He's already broke. I missed the stream this morning. Did you talk about the NOPEX, or are we still in HOPEX mode? No, it's done. We failed to break out of the resistance. It held. Bullishness was insufficient. Don't buy calls on SPX now that it's breaking out. You've made it nervous the past few times, and it got stage fright. Yeah, I still might. My wife installed a GPS device on my Mercedes and following me around, same like trailing indicator. I guess. That's creepy. Would you say the best indicator for upward GME price movement is cost to borrow? No, because we've had a lot of runs on GME with no change in the cost, no significant change in the cost to borrow. It's good to see a rising cost to borrow, but it doesn't mean we're going to get it every time. Is Meta a good buy at these prices? I wouldn't buy it, but it's up to you. I mean, it's cheaper than it was yesterday. Apple 150 post earnings? That'd be cool. My Jimmy Jan 20, 2750 calls. Sell and reposition when they drop the price. Jan 20, 2750. I mean, you'd want to sell them while the price is up and then buy them back when the price is down. You wouldn't want to wait for them to dump the price. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. That's just the way you worded it. Yeah, you could do that if you want. What type of catalyst would need to push shorts to cover obligations on Upstart? I think it's just built in. I don't think it needs a catalyst. Earnings could be one, though. Is there a price you become interested in Meta, or no? Not particularly. I don't like the company very much. Like, I don't understand that mentality, and everyone gets it, but like, when someone has shit earnings, that doesn't mean like, oh, I want to go buy their stock and hold it. You can play like a bounce on it, sure, but that doesn't, like, their earnings were garbage. Their next earnings will probably be even more garbage. Like, what are you interested in buying it for? You think they lost too much value overnight? I would argue that they're already way overvalued. They're still trading at a PE of 12. This isn't a bull market. Do we know if XRT has had to settle the split in its share count? We won't know until all the 13Fs are out. Jimmy's done for this month. Look at the IV. Yep. I agree. He can't get rid of his projects, right? Because the core like value of the company is dying. You know, Facebook's user base is declining, ad revenues are down, Instagram's not nearly as popular as TikTok, so it's losing users. If they hadn't bought Instagram, they would have died quite a while ago. So they need to try to diversify, but you know, they're going to diversify into markets where they're facing competition. I mean, the market's just full of overpriced shit right now. If you want to go long anything, go long short. I mean, you know, Tesla's trading at like a PE of 69. I mean, the entire market is still super euphoric. Lost all in rev, but ready to sell some CSPs on Fubo. What duration looks good? And what delta is nice? Not advice, just learning. I've been targeting like the 350 strikes for CSPs. They have a nice rate of return in the short term. Obviously, the closer to 350 you can sell them, the better the return. I think buy-ins at like 323 are really decent. Have you ever been in the metaverse? No, because it's not real. Wanted to look for long-term buy and hold for 10 years and wanted your opinion on meta. No problem. I mean, I think if you want to enter them, you might want to wait a while. At least a couple quarters. Oh, GG. I kind of like MODG. Cake, I just worry it's gonna run into resistance soon. I got calls on it yesterday. It did okay. It's having a good day today. Wish Enron was still around. Trading the weather sounds like it would be right up our alley. Have you considered taking tomorrow off from trading and showing us how to make a souffle that doesn't collapse? I haven't considered that. GME SI metrics are going nuts. Costa bar is slightly up today. It was down slightly this morning when I wrote the daily. So interesting if it's rising. Dixie bullish. Let me take a look at it. Not yet, but if it starts to fall off a little bit, like it's not quite at resistance, but it's pretty close. Maybe Dixie taps like 10 10, like 110.40, 110.41. My yen position's killing it. Do you sharpen your own knives? What's the best whetstone to get? I think I have they're called Shapton. I don't use the glass ones. I just have the regular ones. Nothing more therapeutic after a day of losing money than putting an edge back on your knife. Well, I never cook anymore, so they just stay sharp. Chosera? You mean Nanawa? I find them to be a bit softer. And they like I had those before and they scalloped really quickly. I wasn't actually a big fan of the softer stone. Can you please explain the simplest way to know whether or not we are trading with or against the market maker's hedge? Simplest way. I don't know if there's an answer to that. There's no simple way. I guess you could look at like cumulative OI. Oxy 90, Zom 130, no meme. I mean, I hope my Oxy hits 90. That'd be fucking awesome. I will sell everything. I have a set of Henkels, the ones with the red square that have two dudes on it. They're awesome for the price. They lose their edge fairly quickly, but the handle is super comfy. Um, yeah, they're like they're fairly soft. Soft steel. But sometimes like a softer steel chef's knife is nice. I don't really like the European style knives because of the way I cut. Like I don't like use a rocking motion. Um, but if you find them comfortable, right? Also, yeah, being able to use a honing steel on them is nice because you don't have to like break out the sharpener every time. Today's like the boring day after Christmas, except this was the Christmas where you found out Santa isn't real. Santa's absolutely real. What kind of crazy talk is that, Pigeon Teeth Dan? The only problem is I've had and used them for close to 5 years, but I still haven't developed a patina. You probably won't. They're stainless, right? Are you still bullish on Upstart? Yeah, I think I am. Yeah, the Serac stones are really good too. They crack a lot, um, just because they're so hard, but they're very resistant to like wear. Have you heard of this company called Cutco? I have some sets I can come show you in your home and cut some tough rope. I just have to buy my own set first. Do they still exist? Boring days like this get me excited because I read Girk's last DD. Thanks, Dork. At least someone's reading it. So even though there's no simple way to know the market maker's edge, is there a simplest way? No. Gonna have to learn that on your own, man. He doesn't believe in Santa, but he invests in the stock market. Crazy, right? Being bullish on Target worked out for you. It's true. Cutco's always at Costco? I thought they sold like, I guess, yeah, most consumer knives are kind of shitty. Like Victorinox, like 8-inch chef's knife will be better quality than basically anything you can buy at a non-specialty store. You write DDs? I don't know what you're talking about, Popcorn Trader. Oh, Carl. Silly, silly Carl. Why would I do that? Excellent response, Dork. Have you actually come up with perks for Pontiff of VWAP? Is there no point because of the price? You don't expect anyone to sub. No, there's perks to Pontiff of VWAP. I still don't expect anyone to sub. The perks are I quit streaming, I come hang out with you and make you a private dinner of eggplant parmesan while I make fun of your portfolio. Wouldn't Kamikoto Knives sponsorship? I don't even know what brand that is. I don't really understand the point of rolling down CCs. If you've captured the IV crash, yeah, you don't really need to. Can we swap for chicken from eggplant? Sure, it's not as good though. Do we also become best friends? I mean, I'll try to make you believe it. How much is Pontiff? I don't even know. Exorbitantly expensive because I didn't want anybody to sign up for it. Uh, can I check? Ah, it's $250,000 a month. Yeah, it's the full boyfriend experience. Minus the sex. Don't do that. It's ridiculously expensive. That's absurd. Oh god, we're going to 3750, huh? 3800? The Pigeon Wheels are pooling their funds for a single month of Pontiff membership. We will all fly to JFresh's house and meet you there. Oh, I don't like that. No pooling. There's no pooling allowed. Remember when Superstock was going off about how monetized Gherk is? Because he had that as an option? Good times. Ortex reporting 43.01 million GME shares borrowed. Estimated 71.99% increase in short interest intraday. That can't be right. Ortex is frequently wrong, so... At this point, wouldn't we know the amount of GME ETF FTD obligations that would apply to the upcoming November 3rd through 8th period? Do they look substantial compared to August, for example? Thanks. Yes, they look more substantial than September's ETF FTD period. They are not as substantial as August's. So somewhere in between the two. Decent though. Decent. We have a 1 day with 1.6 million fails. Last time they were very flat. It was like 400,000 a day. 300 to 400 a day across all 6 days. This time, you know, they do have a little bit of a peak. So hopefully we'll see some price action on the 7th or 8th. $250K. How much for the eggplant parm? Oh, that the whole price of that is the eggplant parm. If Apple and Intel miss, I'll become a pigeon whale. If they beat, you Venmo me $100 a month. Deal? No. You can't just say deal, okay, deal, and then expect me like think that that's a valid deal. I actually tried buying Pontiff once, but my mom's credit card was declined. Fair. I think you low-key upped the price of Pontiff after this last cat run. No, it's always been the same price. Remember, Superstock went off about it because they were like, this is the price that he'll allow the hedgies to buy him out for. Who was that? Blanderson Snooper? Eggplant parm isn't tough to reheat. I would argue that it's even better reheated. Was Pontiff price of the wages you were paid to be Fink's neck moisturizer? Close. I thought it used to be 100 or 125. I don't think I've ever changed the price on it. He can fist those shares to his grave, Scrooge McDuck style, if he wants. He will, because he's mentally unstable. Have you been able to pick up any Dole yet? It really hasn't spent much time in the target buy range. I bought some in the target buy range, but yes, I'm aware it's been performing a little better. Don't forget it has a dividend. You could buy at higher prices. It's just less advantageous. But it's got a good dividend. It's like 4.2%, right? Or 4.3%. Do you peel the skin off for your eggplant parm? Sometimes. I'm never eating mussels again for the rest of my life. Please don't talk about it. I hope you keep Pontiff when we get hyperinflation. I'm ready to let you feed me daily. Oh, Jesus. I won't, or I'll accelerate the price of it in relation to hyperinflation. Okay, that's it. Carl's no longer a mod. You gonna apologize, Carl? Wow. Did you know that every dish with a plethora of different seafood is just old fish that's about to be thrown away, right? That's nonsense. Sorry I'm late. I heard there was an open mod position. You were just unlucky that someone served you expired mussels. I don't know if they were expired. I mean, the restaurant I went to is very nice. I've eaten there in the past and never gotten sick. Sometimes that I think there's just always a risk associated with eating, well, with eating mussels. No, they were properly cooked. One of them did taste a bit tangy. I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. That's just the Giardia. I would be the best mod for everyone. I'll never ban anyone and generally do nothing ever. I already have mods that do that. Give the people what they want. Trash Dan for mod or admin. Is this another Dan campaign for moderatorship? We haven't had one of these around in a long time. There's no elections. This isn't a fucking democracy. I already reinstated Carl's modship. There's no more room. End of discussion. Why are you bullish on Fubo and Upstart? They're both pretty cheap and they're decent companies. Upstart because it spent the last month and a half on Reg Show. If you mod me, I will solve your den problem for you. You know, interesting. I feel like that's one of the people that, like, Trash is probably one of the people you wouldn't ban. That was the scariest 20 seconds of my life. Even more so than that first time I had sex, which was also 20 seconds. I know, Carl. It's okay. It's just sometimes you forget to compliment my eggplant parmesan, which you've never had. Did your dining partner not eat the mussels? I ate there by myself. I didn't have a dining partner. Is cat now at the top of its channel? No. But it's at the top of a channel. I've gotten really good at smoking meat. You've always been good at smoking meat, Carl. Does SPX looks like it's going to continue this broader downtrend on the daily now? Time to re-enter longer dated puts. I'm absolutely not re-entering longer dated puts right now. If you think it's time to re-enter longer dated puts, you could do that. How close to earnings does Ivy normally go up? It can start going up like a week out. My port is up $15 today. Let's fucking go. Nice, man. I've got 1K to deploy. Where would you financially advise me to put it? Thanks in advance for your awesome response. Have you tried boofing it? Hey, Han. Yeah, don't fail your exam. Get out of here. How much would you charge for a 1 hour private? I don't do that. This isn't fucking Uncle Bruce's channel, and I don't care about your money. Is it with great pleasure that I accept the position of mod for the School of Stock channel? Thank you so much for this opportunity. Sure, it's all yours, man. It's an inevitability. Give in and make it easier on yourself. Trash can for mod and or admin. No Dan's in position of power. Have you ever played HYG Corporate Bond ETF? Is this a good short? Yes. And also yes. But long short and not yet. What's a good PT for VIX calls? Jesus Christ, man. Everyone's trying to get so bearish so quick. You guys need to calm down. Just buy ATIP, SoFi, or me, and you're good. No need to speak to Bruce. Is Fubo earnings likely to create some upward movement, or has it already been mostly priced in after the previous announcement? I don't think it's priced in at all. I mean, Fubo's still suppressed into the price range that it's currently in. Open up a poll, let the people have a voice. Also, it's good for engagement metrics, but even if they voice their opinion, I'm probably just gonna ignore it. No one wants Dan's in charge. It's too risky. You could blow everything up. I sold catcalls for profits. They're now down 2% from where I sold. Is now the time to full port back in? Probably not, no. I wouldn't buy any Twitter. Isn't it like at the fucking buyout price already? Why would you buy it? Let's not buying straddles prior to earnings report, but selling before to capture IV bump. Is there significant downside, or is this relatively risk averse? So you're assuming that the IV bump will beat They did decay. That doesn't work. If you buy far dated calls, there's relatively no IV bump, right? So you have to buy shorter dated calls. So you would need a drastic increase in implied volatility in order to have hmm. Yeah, you need too much. Yeah, you need IV to move up too much to offset the theta decay. You could sell strangles if you want to capture the IV crush. I just saw a YouTube ad promoting Trash Dan for mod. Thoughts on long strangle for Amazon's earnings? The IV is really high, but it's been a big mover on the past few. Probably not bad. How far? Like, how wide of a strangle, though? Montgomery? Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah.
Jimmy looking liquid as fuck. Illiquid? Thoughts on SPX shorts deleveraging? I mean, there's no big there aren't a lot of like really huge short positions near the money right now. Fuck, I should not have sold that $25 call. That was probably a bad idea. No, Twitter's not gonna tank. It's just all the shares are gonna be bought for whatever the price he agreed to is. That's an inverse iron condor, 1 DTE for Amazon earnings. I probably don't like that very much. Is it even worth it? uh it's not terrible. 40% return as long as it's okay. Isn't selling condors really profitable? I remember having a drunk call with you a few months back about that. It can be. When you get DMs on stream, are they via Discord or Reddit? Discord, if and when I actually check them. Is multi-VWAP indicator a cheesy creative way to figure out various volume profile SR levels? It could be okay. I see a lot of people being bearish on Apple earnings, but remember vaguely that you were bullish. I'm not super bullish on it. I just think it might be better than people expect. Off man, back on the menu. It's just kind of annoying that it was ever off the menu. Why did all the market participants stop participating? That's a great question. There's no reason to. See you, Han. Was a 10% up spike and after hours on Meta at earnings and algo reading the earnings wrong? Probably the market maker deleveraging and adjusting their position. Is Meta going to recover from the drop? I don't know. Are they going to become a better company? I wish Jimmy would stop looking bullish. It's such a tease. It really is being kind of like a saucy little bitch. But I don't think we have to worry about it because there's basically no room to the upside. So catalyst for Fubo movement is the options chain rather than the fundamentals. I mean, it's both, right? Like a very large amount of puts have been erected in order to stabilize the price action at like 450 and 5. And what that does is allows institutions to buy the stock, and then they can buy it, up to like 430, right? And then they stop buying, and the market maker pushes the price back down, and then they get to start buying again at, like 350. It's very advantageous for them. Stop saying nonsense, Darth. Do the Dans have it? No, I'm never gonna let a Dan be in charge. There was one time I was really down and depressed. Trash Jam reached around, held me firmly, and everything was all better. 10 out of 10 dumpster service. It's true. Trash Jam's doing political advertising in the Jimmy Discord. What date are you seeing Fubo's put wall? It's pretty stacked on 10/28 and 11/18, both of those expirations. It's also the effect of sold calls as well, but there are a significant number of puts. I'm an AI that makes videos from Wall Street pets. That's rough. I mean, I try to get through all of the DMs when people DM me. Nice pigeon teeth. The people have spoken. Trash Jan for admin, or it's mutiny. Whatever. Win JC for mod pull. Even if I win, I would reject being a mod because I can't be employed by a shill. Oh, you wouldn't be employed. Don't worry. Mod equals free dillionaire? No? Clear case of discrimination. Thoughts on Fubo Jan 23, 5 and 10. Down quite a bit on them. Thanks. Sorry to bother you. Fubo Jan 23, 5 and 10. I bought those for exposure to any upside volatility. The majority of my Fubo position is for Jan 2024. I think Fubo will see some volatility before the end of the year, so I'm not super worried about it. I do know that they're down, but that's what happens when you buy options and wait. A Dan can never be mod. It would infer that you have been economically compromised. I agree. But this isn't a vote for moderator. It's a vote for administrator. They're different roles. Mr. Pi-Fi, we here at Pickle Union throw our full and enduring support behind Trash Can for Mod. It's not for Mod, it's for admin. Trash has the skills and tea that Carl lacks. I mean, accurate. As rules, we know Trash supports the Pickles and specifically Stefan. Trash Can forever. Admin seem like Carl police? Kind of, yeah. As of Jan 23, 750 Fubo calls, averaging down at the moment as they now look horribly positioned. What are your thoughts on their Delta and Vega? Their Delta's terrible, right? Jan 23, 750s? At 0.2 Delta? I mean, I think they're fine if the price of the stock runs up. If Fubo breaks $5, it's gonna rip. Did I miss a Ko-Fi? I think I did. Oh, Jesus. Mr. Pi-Fi, here on the pickle. You said the same... You said the same Ko-Fi twice? I read the fucking... Off. Trash Can needs to be a mod. This is the last glass ceiling for the Dans. Trash Can is our Nelson Dandela. Oh, Jesus. You mean to tell me that 56% of the chat are Dans? I don't think we have a sufficient number of votes to make any kind of a determination yet. We're gonna have to wait. Not all the districts have fully reported. Lou founder, emojiist, Twitch mod, pretend quant. True. Somebody just spent $5K, $5 calls expire, 20K on $5 calls expiring tomorrow. That's not very much money. XRT also broke out. Cool. XRT going up with volume. I see that. Late packs? Not possible. IV's not going up though very much. Ooh, Upstart's moving too. Is this just not going up with SPX? I mean, I think it is a little bit. I'm just not as Yeah, I'm not super bullish on it. I think I'm making the right decision there. What about deferrals related to funds going through foreign banks with bank holidays? What foreign banks had bank holidays this week? It's the only other person to ever receive a pull for mod admin. I throw my towel into the ring with Trash Dan. He knows what gets the people going, is not afraid to go to the dirtiest place in the dumpster. Trash Dan for admin, Riku. Yes, Darth, I'm well aware of your campaign here. Think about it, I am uniquely qualified as well. Zero DTE degen, the origin of the Dans, real quant. Fuck. Tim Apple bounced off 145 to push the SPX back up to 3840. End of day. Maybe. It's called MOASS. I don't like that. Devarama, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. What time does the lunch lull usually end intraday? Depends. Usually like 1 or 2 o'clock. No, I only have a few calls left on Cat. How would someone buy $5 calls? Seems silly. You know, there's a lot of idiots in the world. Or they're just trying to wash FTDs. Art lady who art above us, VWAP be thy name. Thy attendees come, thy DD done, in practice as it is in theory. Give us this day our daily gains, and forgive us our bearishness, as we forgive those who bet against us. Lead us not into degeneracy, but deliver us from losses. For thine is the market and the profits and the money, forever and ever. Riku. Riku. No denying that. That's accurate. Deep in the money calls are a great way to day trade shares without T+2 obligations. Yes. When would you say car prices will start decreasing? They should be decreasing relative to the increase in interest rates already. I'm sure you can already probably get very good deals from a dealership. Quarter one, quarter two of next year will be probably a really good time to get them. Although I do think inventories are already a bit or becoming a bit overstocked. As manufacturing kind of gears up after the supply shock more, they'll get even cheaper. Puts on Carvana. I don't know about that. Ow. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some to eat. Jimmy on the 5-minute looks bullish. It doesn't look bad. Or they're just trying to pick up some more weeklies to burn. I don't have the intraday options data, but unless there's a significant movement in the options interest at 27.50, Jimmy doesn't have a lot of potential room to the upside. Are you buying any 237.50Cs? High volume on those today? I haven't bought any. That's interesting, though. Curious. I don't know. The total options interest on GME for the day is like $3.6 million. It's still really, really small. JFresh said he's bullish on this. Interesting. Ooh, Upstart picked up another lender today. Jimmy Thirst Packs? I don't think so. What has JFresh ever been correct? He's been right about some stuff. This SPX volatility was great for day trading. Does the volatility end when we enter stagflation? Or do we just lose this when we enter a depression? Both. You lose it for both. Oh, sorry. This kind of looks like last week, like someone buying GME. What day is today? The 27th? So it wouldn't be like a DRS buy-in. Remember this weird shit?
There was another one too, I think. That one? There was like this one too might have been. This one. During that meeting. Interesting. I need to look at something on GameStop. Those are too smooth. And 14. Dork. I'm gonna send you something. There's a better way to visualize this. Don't underestimate my ability to make you bullish. I mean, I like the look of that, but that still looks like November, right? It kind of reminds me of what we saw. Well, it kind of reminds me of what we saw on Bobby when Freeman bought in, right? When we were back testing that. Remember? Yeah. So look at those like volumetric. Well, also look at the volumetric spikes in price and like those high volume price jumps, right? And then look at that effect. No. How clear 1 million FTDs on roughly 2 million volume for Upstart? That's not how that worked. And 700. When you n equals 700. When will you recognize that the pickles of the jar are clamoring for trash Dan for admin? I see what's happening. Although you've lost ground as new areas come in. It has nothing to do with Freeman. It has to do with institutional buying. I wonder if I can see it. Oh, you know what? This makes it really obvious, dork. Oh yeah. Yeah, right? There's 1,031 people watching. Honestly, voter turnout's pretty good here. We should give tips to all the states' voting boards. Maybe. Maybe if they were more entertaining. A lot of people are a bit lost. We're just looking for something in the data. Carl Icahn creates GME put Brickwall at 2750 and keeps buying GME sub 2750. Thoughts? It's possible. Maybe Ryan Cohn was like, hey man, if you buy a bunch of my stock at $25, it'll rip to 300. And he was like, okay, I'll try it out. I don't know. I know what billionaires talk about. I'd imagine that's the kind of shit they say to each other. Does the corporate raider need more money? Always. How could you not need more money? But you think there's like a satisfactory amount of money that you can make where you're like, that's it. I'm good now. That's a thing that only exists for people that will never obtain the amount of money that Carl Icahn has. I'm good at $1 trillion a share. That's never going to happen, so you don't have to worry about it. I don't want it to go $1 trillion a share, but cover calls will look so bad. Jimmy $100 PT? I mean, there's Gamma Max is still at $31. Inverse head and shoulders on the SPY, like the 9th one today. I don't think the SPY is going to do anything crazy. 3850, 3800. We're in a pretty narrow range. No one's leveraging shit because Apple and Amazon earnings aren't in yet. Hmm. Top image, no volume. Bottom image, dead. You just slide over so I can see today, too. Shouldn't you shorten those rolling periods? Well, I guess you already have. Some weeks learning Chart Champion's method of TA. I gotta say, drawing SR lines and channels with HA candles is way more accurate and easier than other methods. Okay. VB earnings, it looks good going forward, but charts suggest otherwise, in my opinion. Any thoughts? I mean, I have stops on my position there. It could continue to move up. I think it's just stagnating with the rest of the market. I think people are, overly bearish still. It'll be very interesting to see if internalization spikes hard again today. Are you not closing your CCs? Not today. Probably not today. What's the next big play, folks? We're already in them. uh, need to wait for settle cash. Hmm. Why did Meta drop so hard after, from what I know, somewhat good earnings? They didn't have good earnings. They missed on EPS super hard. No, I don't need a quant that jumps to conclusions. Thanks for the offer. I figured it out. RC showed Carl how GME runs because bear market rallies. RC shared that Carl can literally pump the entire market if he buys some GME, then he can sell the top. I mean, if someone came in and bought a lot of GME right now, I mean, you got to buy a lot, but if someone did, that'd be fun. That'd be very fun. You think Metacrash is pressuring some margins? Could be. I sold 2750s and I'm not buying them back. I also sold 2750s. Might a new player have entered the game? That's possible. I don't know why people are talking about Icon buying GME. It could be anybody. There's millions of possible market participants. Could be a bank. Could be an ETF. Could be a hedge fund. Could be a family office. I mean, there's so many possibilities. Could be someone who's bored and rich. Could be the people short it because they need liquidity. I don't think it's Bill Huang. He's broke. I sold 2650 Ps last week. AM up 69%, 1 DTE. So not sure if I should just buy back or let him ride. It's up to you, but tomorrow could be kind of volatile. The local RNC sure loves to advertise on your channel. For some reason, it feels like none of them have ever watched your stream. Let's keep it that way. Would you recommend waiting until after Apple earnings tonight to buy a new position? Ivy is high, and I'm assuming potential profits will be crushed by Ivy dropping tomorrow. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean that seems reasonable to me. DFE saved up all his covered call premiums for 18 months and is unloading his favorite stock. I mean, if DFE did that, he could buy quite a lot of it. I tagged you in general chat on Discord. Definitely explains why they missed earnings. Dude, tagging me in like general chats is not a great way to get me to see anything. I'm not watching that. I just bought a few million shares. Is that what you were all talking about? No. Serious halt, my Twitter put spreads crushed. Was gonna cut, and then the Ivy started to rise again. Hold out till end of day to close. Why are people trying to play Twitter? Like, what are you playing? Elon doesn't buy it. Elon does buy it. The $54 calls are 18 cents. $53 puts are 16 cents. Arbitrage? You don't have the capabilities. Not super profitably, at least. A fucking waste of time. I have no idea what Twitter's gonna do. It's being bought out at $54 a share. Gotta make that 30 cents, bro. I mean, of all the plays in the market, why that? The video makes me so angry at myself for choosing a job that requires me to actually do work. We could review beauty products for men together, if you want. I don't mind, dork. It'll be fun. We could have like makeover parties, right? Is that what it's called? Don't tempt me, gherkin. Twitter gets suspended tomorrow on NYSE pending Elon Musk's purchase. Today may be the last day to ever trade it if he takes it private. Okay. Seems like a good reason not to trade it. Someone keeps blowing up their internalization on GME, and it's very interesting to me. Charles Gasparino, economists at BlackRock, are telling financial advisors that they expect pivot language at the next Fed meeting when they expect Powell to announce a 75 BP Fed funds hike, allowed by two smaller ones, and pause to get us to around 4.75. The futures haven't priced in that quite that high. God. So Fed's gonna pull back to 50. So what you're telling me is that BlackRock's saying the Fed's gonna pull back to 50 BPS and hit a target rate of 4.25. Why not short what? How much theta do you recommend for someone who's ready to start trading SPY intraday? I would start with like decent theta. Use a couple days. Defen. Like one or like 2 or 3 DTE, depending on the expiration. Yeah, you just don't want to. You want to be able to have a little more flexibility than you will on zero DTEs, because zero DTEs, the second they slip, like they start just getting destroyed by theta. If we see earnings meet exceed expectations on Apple, could that pop the SPX? And if so, how high? Higher? 3,900? Up into that range? I haven't, Steve G. When exit spy calls? I already exited most of mine. I have a few left just in case we test 3,900, but I'm pretty much out of my bull position on this SPX. Is that a pink vape? Yes. What stock would I like to have more of? Google, but at $85. BTU at 20. Upstart at 20. Fubo at 3. Has your vape developed a patina? No. I usually lose them about every other week somewhere in my apartment and never find them again. So I'm just constantly buying new ones. Beautiful, Holden. Are you playing Apple or Amazon earnings? Neither? Well, I'm sort of playing Apple earnings. My apartment isn't 250 square feet. Jesus. That would just be like my desk and my chair. Have the new borrowed shares been talked about? Not excessively. Do you want to talk about them? I've never seen this much GME internalization. Yes, you have. Is this just T plus 2? Why are we having a T plus 2? Well, we went up pretty hard on Tuesday. I mean, the $25 strike had a lot of interest, and that went in the money. It's still in the money. What probability do you see for VUPs on Fubo, Rev, Upstart, GME between now and January? Fubo looks good. I think it'll get repriced after the put wall falls off and they, if earnings meet the expectations of their initial release or beat them. Rev is dead until its omnibus hearings. Upstart looks good on the same timeline as GME, which looks better for November. Just these 80-cent run in the last hour. No, it's these volume spikes that lead to like really high pressure internalization, and the market's dropping, right? So, they should be offloading internalization right now, not picking it back up. So Jimmy is reacting inverse to the way it normally should behave, which, makes us want to look at liquidity. And we're seeing some effect on the liquidity of GME from these kind of volumetric purchases. Kind of, but this got utterly destroyed yesterday. True. I don't know. There's still, I mean, they got destroyed, but there's still some there. Like they're down, but let me take a look. Net gamma. Yeah, net gamma at the $25 strike is still 180 or 1.8 million. There's a shitload of negative gamma at 26, but that's because probably people sold calls way too close to the money. Then it flips positive again at 26.25, and then it's just massively negative. Like I'm not worried about it breaking up above 27.50, but not right now. We can move up to like 26.25. I think that's reasonable. We're kind of close. There's just not much room beyond this. Also, think that the shorts have never had to contend with large buying events in past OPEXs. Yes, they did. January. So they would 100% over leverage themselves during this time. Perfect time to strike on the bull side. Well, yeah, this period in between OPEXs when obligations, like waiting till the obligations haven't been cleared and then buying puts a lot of pressure on them. They'll still get liquidity back with the ETF FTDs though, and they did get liquidity like yesterday. So yesterday and the day before. So it's they're probably okay. I don't think they're gonna get blown up by whatever this is. You know what time Apple posts? 5 p.m. I believe. Also, don't forget that like after the OPEX, they much more heavily leverage the negative or the like short volatility positions. So if you could spike IV, oh boy. If someone is buying into a large position, why wouldn't they have done this last Thursday to yesterday? I mean, it puts more pressure on them today than it would yesterday, honestly. Abstract for thesis and data analytics science. One of my ideas, sentiment analysis from Twitter. It's been done before. You think of a good question, Ray, baskets and short hedge funds. Dude, you can't have other people write your fucking thesis statement for you. Thoughts on similar November 3rd, 2021 action this year? Cheers. That might happen if pressure is high enough. I can see that happening. But that's like a risk off, right? Like they're not going to do that unless something happens elsewhere in the basket or there's some kind of announcement, right? If it puts pressure on them today, isn't it likely it's the short side that's buying? It very well could be. I think GME over the next couple weeks is going to be interesting because I think they're already so illiquid that they need to kind of juggle liquidity to push it out till November. And them juggling it is going to make it really, really hard for the price to drop. Not to mention, we already have pretty strong, like, buy pressure at 25. People are more than willing to buy GME at 25 bucks. 4 shares, $100. Had to be a catch-22 for them. I mean, it is. IV percentile rank, GME applied volatility is 84.4. Ken Griffin, sorry, which is in the 3% percentile rank. Thoughts on Leap since GME IV so low? That's actually the IV 30 that's low. The IV 60 and 90 are higher on GME right now because of the massive amount of skew from all the puts piled up on it. That puts and covered calls. So GME's near-term IV is lower than its long-term IV. It's heavily skewed still. I'll buy GME above 250 bucks. Okay. GME Leap's a good buy at the moment. They're okay. Is there a minimum number of days that a company can stay off Reg Show? Like, do they now have to go 5 days? Or could Upstart go back on tonight? I'm pretty sure they have to have 5 more consecutive days of fails. Linear correlation between positive sentiment Twitter post count and options volume. Don't forget to credit that dork in chat. Is now a good time to start entering a position for November OPEX for GME? Ivy is pretty low. Ivy 30 is pretty low. So Upstart FTDs got cleared. No, Upstart FTDs were lower than 0.05% of the shares outstanding for 5 consecutive days. That doesn't mean they got cleared or they didn't get laundered in order to create that effect and get it off Reg Show. Not cleared. That's not how... Satisfied does not mean gone. It sounds like cleared. It's not cleared. Sure, you know what? Fine. How do you not popcorn? You better understand this, popcorn trader. So, if I sell those shares short on Upstart and I fail, I can then go to an ETF, get a share of Upstart, and satisfy that fail. Now I'm going to fail in the ETF, right? And then I get, time. But eventually it still has to be covered. So even if I get like T2 here, and then I get this over here, I still have to satisfy the fail at the end. This is why we get OPEX, right? Because, they package these up into forward contracts and then they cover them. I'm sorry, FTDs, IOUs have been kicked. Same like Jimmy having obligations can't kicked. They still exist, just not having to be dealt with now. Yes, and Upstart probably far more, right? Because they had to generate obligations while on Reg Show, which is creates far more of them. So you get far more obligations created when you're on Reg Show. So the chance for Upstart to go back onto Reg Show is very, very high. Not very many, Popcorn Trader. The biggest one is bots. I think there's like 6 others. That's the other thing about Upstart. They have to hit the ETFs a lot harder because there's so many fewer. There's so many less of them than some of these other stocks. Like GME's in like 100 different ETFs, right? Upstart's in like 7. It's not a swap. ETFs are allowed to write themselves single stock futures or forward contracts to balance their NAV if share availability in the open market is low. Bots was on Reg Show at the same time as the same day that Upstart was put on Reg Show. Bots was as well. They cleared bots off first, then Upstart just came off last night, a couple weeks later. So by getting it off Reg Show, right, they can clear all the fails, they get it off Reg Show, and then they don't need to do the locates right away. But if it stays on Reg Show after they clear the fails, then they'd get hit with the locates. That doesn't mean that they won't go right back on to Reg Show. They did this with GME. Like it's very well documented. It's almost the exact same thing they did with GME. GME was on Reg Show for about a month. They got it off Reg Show briefly towards the end of October, I believe. And then it went back on Reg Show and went to the moon. They did it with Bobby, except Bobby never went back on Reg Show. Bobby had a massive liquidity dump, which helped them clear all of their problems out. Also, Bobby didn't stay on Reg Show into the forced settlement period. It's way different. It's way different when it stays on past 13 days versus falling off on the 13th day. Like Upstart has been until last night has been on Reg Show since September 2nd, which is a very long time. So that's a very long period of time that they were only able to short it synthetically. Right, which means that for all of those synthetic shorts, for all the hedges that had to occur during that time period, for all the longs that bought in and were internalized, each one of those transactions creates obligations that need to be cleared. So just because they got fails day to day below the threshold limit for 5 days doesn't mean those fails aren't going to spike up again. Remember, fails are cyclical because of the way they're marked long and cleared. And reappear if they're shunted off into another CNS chain. They pop back up again at different time intervals, which is essentially like what we watch for, right? There's a reason that GME's highest ETF FTD fails are always immediately following OPEX. There's a reason GME's highest actual fails are in between one OPEX and the next, and they're cleared out during OPEXs. Like this occurs on everything that fails volume. What does it mean when Amazon has a forward PE of 4130? That just can't be accurate. I thought Amazon's PE was way lower than that. It's like 103, isn't it? 102? Something like that. I don't know what it is at this price. Jimmy borrows up over 58 million now. Wow. 53. That's not that much. Also, that data doesn't seem reliable. That's based on, Ortex's borrow data is based on how many shares it sees returned and borrowed from the lending pools that it tracks, which are all retail. Not the ones institutions use. Like they don't have a lot of visibility into like wholesale lending pools because it's not available to them. You'd have to get the data from primes, and primes don't give it unless you're a borrower. If Upstart was saying like dead, the way pores were reacting in Discord, they would have murdered it today. I don't think Upstart's dead at all. I'm still quite excited about it. Forward PE at 4130 seems absurd. That can't be right. It's got to just be like a bug or something, right? I'll just do it myself. That can't be right. Net income. It's not. Hold on. Let me check someone else's earnings statements. That seems way the fuck off. $48. It's a WeBug. Oh, okay. I think there's a Morningstar data issue there reporting well, let me see if I can find exactly what's being reported incorrectly here. It looks like forecast net income is being reported in the millions instead of the billions. So that's just the data. Yeah, the data source is fucked up. Where does Icon come into play? Also, why is Icon being talked about? He doesn't, and because Cohen tweeted a picture with him. Bug or Freudian slip in the data? I don't think it's a Freudian slip downgrading their earnings, but they're 1 second. I thought we hated Cohen now. I don't hate Cohen. I don't really have any feelings about him whatsoever. He's made me a lot of money. Have you ever mixed sriracha and ranch together? It's amazing. Is your upstairs pool built yet? Last time I was up there, they were putting like a dome on it. Probably because they realized they were constructing a pool into the middle of winter. And that wasn't going to attract a lot of new tenants. Was Jimmy traded in this tight of a range, 25 to 30, for this long? Since the sneeze. Yes. Our range isn't really that tight. Which is maybe something to consider. You know, we're trading in a range that's about 22%, 23% wide. If we ignore like early September, this is tighter, 13%, but no different than like this period, right? Before May OPEX, or this period during Feb. You know, we traded in a very tight range there as well, January. I would say it's a good sign because it's, you know, harder for them to crush volatility. Is there a hot tub? I think so. At the end of the pool. But it's like one of those interconnected ones, like where you have like the hot tub is part of the pool. You know what I'm talking about? But there's like a little wall that separates them. I don't know who the fuck is getting in a public hot tub in New York City, but I wish them the best. What are Grig's thoughts on Apple's earnings? He's bearish, right? I don't think I'm as bearish on them as the rest of the market. I don't I don't think they'll be very good, but there's a chance they are. Also, Apple likes to do crazy shit when they're not doing too well. Like, oh yeah, so we didn't perform that well this quarter, and we stopped the manufacturing of the iPhone 14. But in doing that, we saved, $5 billion and still have plenty of inventory to sell over the next 2 quarters. Also, we're gonna do a $5 billion share buyback. You know, like they have so much flexibility in the way they can handle their earnings. My nanny gives the best full body massages. She even puts something warm, moist on my back. But I don't know what it is. Lasagna. Also, black jockey athletic boxer briefs and black bomba socks is the only way to live life. 365. I'm sure this was a topic a year ago. Did you ever consider a standing desk? Yeah, and then I just forget to buy things with my money. I need a standing desk. Like, pretty badly. This is not good to sit all day like this. Just DM'd you tomorrow's video card. Thank you. Uber lately looks like it's picking up a lot of big players, or am I seeing that wrong? I don't think you're seeing it wrong. Do you ever sit there and think, wow, I got paid to read that? No, sometimes I think, I can't believe someone paid to write that. I just keep all the Ko-Fi money uh in like one account. So if I ever, you know, bang my head and become unable to do my job or something, I'll just live off things that Kendra wanted to say on stream. Yeah, Geek Desk is really nice. Huh. Who gets your money when you die if you have no kids? I have instructions. I just wonder how much Koala Hugger is paid to comment via Ko-Fi. I think about $100. How's that short Jim ETF doing after the meta miss? I don't know. Is it live yet? Why do you think the SPY is so deviated from the components of its basket today? I don't think it is. I think you're just looking at the biggest parts of its basket and not at the broader index. Three isn't divisible into 100. I think one time you paid $5. I also said about 100. Am I still supposed to walk into a bank with your report and ask for it all in nickels to bury it in the desert, or have things changed? Yeah, they have. Actually, now I want all my money converted into Cardano. I want that put on a hard drive, right? And then I want it duct taped to the bottom of a helicopter when it's raining. And then I want that helicopter to fly back and forth over the Atlantic Ocean until it lands with the hard drive no longer attached. Hopefully by then I'm rich enough that there's large swaths of people going back and forth across the Atlantic trying to wait for this helicopter to go by. Don't worry about, and the great part about that is by the time someone finds the hard drive, it'll be worth less. The only thing emerging from Africa right now is Chinese debt. The poorest economies in the world are the most affected by the current economic conditions. They will bear the brunt of our economic choices. I've instructed my lawyer, or however you say it, to bury all my money somewhere in the Midwest. Good luck finding it. Who would want to? It's just gonna get unearthed by some meth head who's digging a pit to hide the bugs in. I don't know how meth works. I'm not digging up all of Ohio for $103. Don't talk about me like that. I have a name. The Atlantic's deeper. I wish Gaff was here to hear me shit on Cardano a little bit. Oh well, next time. Jork, is GME taunting you into losing money? I wonder why the word worthless sounds like worth less, which implies that worth is still possible, but worthless sort of implies the contrary. Because English. Why does GME November 18 IV around the money seem low? Because it is. Were the Distraddle QQQ tonight? Probably. You know, Dork, sometimes in the market, you're going to be faced with situations where your thesis looks like it's breaking down. Jimmy looks like, oh my god, maybe it will run. But at the end of the day, you just have to believe in yourself. Maybe they'll just swap Jamie and Upstart will MOASS. I told him to believe in himself. I didn't say I believed in him. Relax, trash. Is the bottom on SPX rounded enough to break out? It's rounded enough to slap that ask. They're not cheap, Lawrence of Arabia. And you're betting on some unknowns right now. That's why I haven't like leveraged the upside, because you can't factor in Amazon and Apple earnings yet. Any idea why SPX moved down to resistance at 3,800-ish and just hovered there today? It's slowly ground down. Mostly just long positions closing out. Hmm. I'll put this in a way that you can understand, Dungston. Bulls are scared. Bears are being thrifty. Thank God I made $4 today. I guess it's a win. Woohoo. Was that before or after $7 in brokerage fees? Shut your dang mouth. Sorry. 30 years ago, a wise man once told me, you got to believe in yourself because I guarantee no one else believes in you, son. I'll be back. I'm going to get a 12 pack. Well, rough. Upstart looks like it wants to push. I hope so. Been out all day, but I missed most of the Upstart talk. Are you still same level of bullishness? The same thing happened to GME. I know it did. I'm excited, but it could also be bad. Let's see if more of the things that happened to GME happen to Upstart. You know why I wanted to stay in this GME thing so long? Because I hope one day we all get to witness like 100% DRS occurring. And everyone's like, oh my god, it's happened, it's done. And the news starts picking it up. They're like, crazy apes have registered 100% of the float. What's going to happen to GameStop? It's still sold 30% short. And then AMC moasses. Come on, they've been getting ready. Here, you want some good conspiracy, right? They've been getting AMC ready for years. Adam Aaron's been issuing shares. They're making sure it's liquid as fuck. It's super cheap. Now they've got preferred shares that they can just liquidate freely whenever they want. So right before GME moasses, they performance swap them and AMC moasses instead. That's never gonna happen because nothing's gonna moass, but it's fun to talk about. Stop it. People will actually believe you. I heard Trade Trade's lost a bunch of viewers. The number of viewers on the trash can poll now exceeds your viewership. 101% voter turnout seems pretty definite. Yeah, but what about all the dead people who haven't voted yet? If you clip that and post it to Twitter, you'll get 25,000 likes and AMC will move up 0.14%. I'm dead on the inside. Can I still vote? No. Will you dress up as Adam Aaron on Halloween? I don't think I could get fat enough in time. I know you ignore me because I'm right. When were you right? Even if Apple and Amazon fudge numbers to look favorable, the market's so skittish now. Anything other than a beat will trigger sell-offs. Change my mind. Puts are too expensive. No one's selling shit they bought in the COVID crash. You can't leverage trillions of dollars without a core fund. When is the poll done and we're accepting trash as a new admin? I haven't voted yet. Why short Bobby? Because it's going to zero. Eventually. No, the problem they have on Bobby isn't where they shorted it. They shorted it at much higher values. The problem they have with Bobby is getting out of the short. So it's better to short it to zero than to try to cover. Since BTU was in Pickles Picks, what are your current thoughts on it? I mean, my position on BTU has changed a lot since it was last in Pickles Picks. I sold when it ran. I bought back in when it dropped. November 18th, I mean, it's still looking good, right? I don't think you're going to get assigned on the CSPs if that's what you're talking about. Like the most recent one? It's still holding like 24. It hasn't really dropped much. Generally, when markets rally, commodities start to fall off until the commodities market heats up. And so the commodities market's starting to heat up. I mean, you can just keep selling CSPs on it. It's profitable. Or you could buy shares if you want them. It's a little expensive. I don't want to buy shares at this price, but you don't always get to nail the bottom. If I accidentally haven't sold my Bobby shares yet, do I sell ASAP or hope? I guess you could hope. I don't know. You can still sell CCs on it. It's probably not hard to get your cost basis down to nothing. RC released more shares would be the best if it reaches 100% DRS. Just crush Super Stonk. I like my thesis better. Roberto Quadra, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Are you holding Apple calls through earnings or dunking? Fuck it. It's only like 1,800 bucks. Zero or moon, right? You see the governments of the I-bonds people are trying to buy before the rate change in November. May not get processed in time. Somewhere out there is a guy who spent 2 years getting raked over the coals on AMC just to finally jump shit to Bobby. I mean, it hit 30. Could have sold. Who will claim electric vehicle dominance in the future? Someone with massive government subsidies. Have we talked about extra shares loaned out today? Apparently, this also happened July 27th, which was relatively low, below a gradual run up to August. I think it happens on just about every cycle, actually. I think it happened in like Jan as well. I'm calling it out. SPX closes at 37.80 tomorrow, then rockets to 4,000 by Wednesday at close. I'm loading up on calls tomorrow if it does drop. Interesting. It could. I mean, as long as longs keep selling off. Although we may be nearing the end of that. I mean, the Apple calls I bought are just like a fun thing that me and Dork were doing. SPX to 0 end of day. I don't think so. If the market were to crash overnight, it would be really bad for all the banks that aren't currently leveraged to the downside. It's only a max of $10,000 investment for I bonds anyway, right? Just go with Pickles Picks instead. Yeah, Caterpillar had like a 600% return over 3 weeks. That's way better than an I bond. If that played out, yeah, I mean, if that played out, I'd be coming to live in the woods and wherever it is. Are you talking about your price target for Fubo? Is that the price you will sell at in 2 years? Or the price that it'll settle around in 2 years? I think that'll be the value of the company in 2 years. I have no idea what the market's going to price it like in 2 years. It could trade at several multiples of that value by then. It may not trade at any multiples of that value by then. You'd have to go to upstate Midwest. I could just go to Central Park with like a tent. I wouldn't be the only person there. You would die in the woods within 72 hours. No, I wouldn't. I'd convince you to come with me. Hmm. Okay, I've lost. What a mess. You'd die in the woods as soon as you ran out of Darth Dan to eat. I mean, Darth Dan is a snack. I need some hopium for Apple. Why? What time does Apple report? After market close? Does it matter? Do you have shares? Top post on SS might suggest quarterly swaps. Quarter swaps? They're quarterly. And no. Why is Supersonic always like 9 months behind everything? Are all the borrowed shares today for GME confirmed? Or maybe it's just a glitch? Or maybe Ortex data is hot fucking garbage and it's irrelevant? Have you heard about the plunge protection team? Yeah, I'm the one who told everyone about them. Mistakenly. $53 million shares shorted today per OPEX. I'm trying to do some due diligence on it, but I'm not finding anything. Would it be swaps? No. Swaps don't create shares. The stock guy thing from Fidelity and the response from Superstock is probably the funniest thing I've seen since somebody trolled cores with buy puts cost same like shares. It was pretty fucking funny. Fidelity is my new favorite brokerage. I don't care if they never update their UI. Have you heard about the buy sell ratio? So Ortex tracks rolling borrowed shares, right? So if shares pop up and are then borrowed, that's what Ortex is tracking. It doesn't mean anything. You know what I hope Fidelity does? I hope they start releasing like really bullish data about GME that's just wrong. Because they can. They have no fiduciary obligation to release good data, right? I just hope they just start tweeting shit like, hey, we lent out 800 billion shares of GME this year. They dropped the market to make Apple calls cheap. I say Apple Moon. We'll see. Oregano's got to be OI and options pricing versus social media sentiment analysis for predicting large 5% daily moves. What you think? That doesn't seem bad. So a borrow return borrow really screws up Vortex data. Well, that also, and that like just because something was returned doesn't mean it was reported returned. Right? So if they can borrow shares, like because of the way they update the data, they only update it every once in a while. So if someone borrows shares and returns them within the update time frame, you wouldn't even see the shares move. I see you're looking strong and handsome for a guy that just had food poisoning. Several years ago put me down for a week. I think like I threw up almost right away, like right after leaving the restaurant, and I think that staved off the worst part of it. So I didn't get super food poisoned. I still feel like shit, but I did just eat something and I haven't. I don't want to talk about it because I will. You're not as bearish as others on Apple. Means you're still bearish. So why do you have those November 18 170Cs? For reasons. Someone selling off all their meta to buy Apple instead. No, I didn't sell my Fubo. It's still here. How do you think ZOM earnings go? I'm looking to make a major life decision involving heavy financial risk, purely based off the singular predictions of an internet stranger. Is it Lawrence of Arabia? Oh boy. I'm sure they'll have okay earnings. They've had a very good year. I suppose you've commented many times on Upstart coming off Reg Show. I just joined the stream today. Can you please summarize your thoughts? It's fine, I'm not worried about it. Have you tried any essential oils to calm your stomach? No. Why would I use those for anything? Mm. Ortex saying 71 million shares borrowed now. Good, that means they're gonna short the fuck out of us. I said before and I'll say it again. People who pay for Ortex data should be banned from participating in the stock market and maybe even taken to a professional mental health hospital. That's excessive, but it is a waste of money. They do have night mode though, so don't forget that. Do you have a backup plan in case you were very unfortunate, you were super sick or hurt or away from the stream for weeks? No? Sell cover calls on everything? Good or bad? I don't know what that is, Kendro. Do I need to Google that? No, I've never woken up to that. That sounds like you might have some repressed issues and you may need to see a psychologist. No, we can't advocate for violence against Ortex subscribers. Alright, I'm gonna go in to buy a boatload of Upstart. I'm gonna try to buy till it's $30 end of day. So you're gonna buy like 10% of the shares outstanding? It's expensive, man. It's a $3 billion company. $2 billion company. Is night mode when they have the man in shining armor read stock tips from 900 AD? No. It's just all the charts are dark. Yeah, I got that. I think Kendra is just scrolling through Urban Dictionary, finding the most offensive thing he can find, and then fitting it into a story. I have, but she just gave me my money back. What? Oh, then you would use call ratio back spreads. How are you hedging for earnings today? I'll just straddle SPX. Are you happy that enough obligations have been built up? We'll find out. I mean, it was on there for more than a sufficient period of time, so I'm excited about that part. My phone has a brightness slider. Ugh. My phone never gets dark enough. Give us the thesis on Apple 170s. I'm very curious. There isn't one. Me and Dork bought them because they were cheap. I forgot to sell them. Now I don't care about them anymore. If Apple breaks 150 though, they'll be worth money. So there's an extra dim setting in the notification panel on Samsung phones. What? Where? What's it under? I already have the blue light filter on. Oh my god. Daniel Mack, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it to float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
I love you so much right now, CTD.
When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
I'm gonna get like another 30 minutes of sleep a night now. Ooh woo to you too. I asked this back in April, and now that some time has passed, I want to ask again. When corporate bond downgrades? January. I haven't heard your thoughts on Upstart coming off Reg Show. Are you happy that enough obligations have already been built up? I literally answered you the last time you asked me that, Edwin. That's like a 50% increase in sleep for me. What's the most one could lose from an overnight SPX straddle? Let me see. Well, you can lose 100%, but it would have to close at the exact same price it is at now, and you would have to hold it all the way into expiry. If the price moves up or down within 1%, you will be profitable. On a 1% move to the upside, you make 11%? On a 1% move to the downside, you make 7.7%, roughly. Well, 8 to 5. Provided you don't close the other leg and you close it all at once. You can't lose more than 100% on a straddle. A short straddle you could. That's on the SPY breaking 4,000. Low. Very low right now. That can change. So any plays to make money, or are we just waiting for the market to crash? And we're kind of in a bit of a dead zone. Like I said, you can overnight straddle the SPY for decent returns. Or SPX. At what price is Amazon attractive to you? In like the $80 range. I actually have a buy order set. Where is that? I have a buy order at 87.27. I just closed out of a bunch of Amazon that I had not that long ago. The IV on the Amazon, on the 1DT Amazon chain is insane. I know. That would be a strangle. Big Dilly style. Strangle's a bit less profitable. Love you, Gerg. Taking tomorrow off work to have a long weekend with the wife. Nice, man. I count back 35 days from 11.4, and it seems to be unrelated to any OPEX. It's T plus 6 plus 35C plus 3 from the previous month's OPEX expiration. How many ETFs do you want me to include if I make some FTD charts in my style? All of them, if you can. Did you close a bunch of positions since I've been gone? No, I just have them contracted. So you can contract and expand them. Ugh. OPEX orders can still be placed before open, right? Open tomorrow? No, it was open today. No, open yesterday. They had to be placed by market open. Today's Thursday, right? Yeah, market open yesterday. I got 2 separate same day deliveries from Amazon. I'm full porting into CSPs. Later, Girk, my wife is taking off work for a long weekend without you. Have fun. See you later, Q Blackbird. So true straddle would be each leg in the money, out the money. But yeah, 0.5 delta. Is there a price at which meta would be a short-term play for you? I just don't like it, and I think more of it will be sold off. XSP is good for smaller accounts. Same as SPX, but cheaper. Wider spreads and less trading. So it's less liquid. You lose a lot of money on slippage. Like at that point, you're better off trading SPY. When you straddle overnight, how close to the money do you buy the strike? At the money. So like right now, like a straddle on SPX, you would buy like an 820 call and an 820 or a 3820 call, 3820 put. Cat plus Pimento of Fortune must have been good for many. Yeah, it paid out really well. Had a lot of pickles picks hit over the last couple weeks. It's been good. Good season. So is the in line with the T-Plex 6 is the FTD period. Then the 3? Lots of questions, I know. But I've got to put this tiny mind to work. I wrote a DD on it somewhere. Maybe Carl has the link. If you keep talking about wide spreads and slippage and straddling, I'm going to have to pay a visit to the bunk. See, this is what I worry about with making you an admin. Too much time spent in the bunk. How are you going to have time for all your responsibilities? Lots. I was considering zero DTs tomorrow after open and price drop. For the unknown buys today, good idea to grab them at close if this drops below 25, or decay too high overnight. Zero DTs on what? On GME? For what? Why? If you can't afford to trade SPX, you should not trade. I don't agree with that. I mean, cash trading SPX with cash is expensive as shit. And not everyone's gonna take on margin when they're inexperienced. People who can't afford to trade XPX just have to trade better. You'd prefer it that way. That way I'm not muscling in on your admin turf. I'm only 1/3 of the current admins. Predictions for when Cat is back in the bottom of its range for re-entry. That'll be a while. Did you dump your position from Pickles Picks a few weeks back? I know at one point you said you averaged down, and they have earnings soon. I did average down. I sold them, well, most of them today. I took a small loss on them. I know about their earnings, but they've already pre-reported a lot of that. I'll maybe buy a call position for November OPEX on AMD, but nothing right now. The overnight bump let me out of them, so I closed them. I'm not feeling super bullish on any of the chip manufacturers right now. Conversely, if you can only buy far out of the many options and be profitable, you shouldn't trade. I'm feeling a little bullish on SPY now that big earnings are done after tonight. It's exciting. I don't think they're done after tonight, though. Are Amazon and Apple tonight? Hey, handsome, how'd you like to change that to only 1/4 of the current admins? You're just... Is this just a bid for you to try to get rid of me 6? Oh, it's a coup! Oh, this isn't happening. I closed my AMD this morning too. At least I'm doing something right. Thanks for the update, Gurk. Yeah, no problem. Ortex says 5.3 million GME return for a total of 66.1 million borrowed. Are we about to get shafted? I hope so. I have a lot of covered calls that I sold, so. I talked to an engineer from Micron recently. Demand has fallen off the table, yeah. They're building manufacturing plants stateside to avoid any Taiwan drama and shipping exposure. That's gonna take years. That's like everyone's like bullish because Intel's getting a bunch of money to make fabs in the US. But it's not gonna be done for so long. And there's gonna be hiccups and delays. I'm not into that. I don't want to get rid of Me 6. I like Me 6. I like the work it does. I don't have any control over it, but that's freeing in a way. Last time we had a large short interest glitch. We ran hard a few days later. Better hedge the cover calls with some leaps Or you could get burned. Did we? I think we just had a split a few days later. It was okay, cool. Maybe I'll straddle Amazon. I think Amazon's gonna be exciting. No, it's too expensive. I'd have to buy Leaps. What's the IV on Leaps? Oh, that's pretty reasonable. Hmm. Check historic volatility. Interesting. Okay. Calls are a little overpriced. So people are bullish on Amazon, huh? Jimmy ran in August because of ETF FTDs, which we're already expecting. It's a Riku? Oh, nice. Okay. You don't have to show yourself out. That was amazing. Bullish on my job. Our local built the Intel factory is the first time around. Process piping for miles. Huh. I just bought a straddle on Amazon for Jan 2024. Or 2023. Sorry. Amazon's going to report a ton of new Prime members. Just massively reduced inventories due to the Prime Day sales converted into cash. We'll see. That's a very bullish take, but I'm straddled, so I'm happy. I don't know if I'm ready to let you handle my bot, Trash. Market is going to use Apple like a savings account and pump it. Makes sense to load up on massive shorts to dampen an expected run. Jamie seems overdue for some time. Resting around 25 like a champ. Apes are slowly buying more. Okay. I have puts on Apple already up 1,000 some points today. 123 puts expire 10/29. Dan's shouldn't be in a position of power. I agree. Was told that Jimmy would be purchased by Icon today. Oh, well, who told you that? Are straddles top 3 strategies to learn for bear markets? Dude, I am not like a human YouTube fucking stream card. This is like the shit that you post all over the Discord. Like, top 3 strategies to increase your port size. That's not real. That's just horseshit. That's just horseshit that they've packed into a video to get you to watch it so they can make ad revenue. All the strategies are good in a bear market. It's about using the right one and understanding how it works. Jesus Christ, I'm in the wrong business. I should just like rent some Ferraris and be like, hey man, you guys want to make $100,000 a year with this one simple trick? God, I fucking hate the internet. Show me how. God damn it. Don't forget that Amazon is going to post 1.1 billion gain from its ownership of Riven, which is up 27% since last earnings. Yeah, Rivian's been getting pumped hard. It's really pumped like a fucking prom date. Um, all the videos you post, Stefan, are like some weird dude with a YouTube channel, and he's like, "Yeah, man, if you just buy stocks below this line and sell them above it, you'll be rich." I did it. That's why I made a YouTube video to tell you how to do it. The fuck, are you kidding me? I'm so excited about how much money is going to exchange hands tonight. It'll be fun. Do you have your Apple 170 calls ready, Dork? Ortex is investigating the GME SI increase. Probably nothing. I mean, that depends on how many subscribers they got today. No, you absolutely can't join the quant team. Over my dead fucking body. Thanks, Joe Rowe. I'm gonna straddle both. Actually, I should straddle the SPX right now because no. Shit. It slipped 38.15 right when I put in the order. The amount of leverage is intense. I risked $10 on the play. If this doesn't work out, it's been fun knowing y'all. It's probably not gonna work out, Torque. We'll miss you. Streaming Apple earnings? Absolutely not. This whole debacle inspired me to be a Dan. I'm sorry it took me so long. D'Artagnan? Oh. Okay. Yeah, no dance for admin. That's not happening. We can end the poll now. Just hop back on. What's the play? I still got that $1,000. I told you to spend it on yourself, Tankerific. Why is RSS screaming over shares borrowed? They scream over everything. Yesterday they were screaming about Fidelity making fun of them. Today they're screaming over shares borrowed. They say everything in the market's a lie, and then they expect all the data to be accurate and transparent. I don't even know how they end up on in in that thought process, but they do over and over again. They're like, glitch, man. That's not a glitch. Unless it's bearish, and then of course it's a glitch, right? Like GameStop reporting that, you know, retail didn't own all the shares outstanding in earnings really explicitly. That's fake. If you change the numbers and make up a bunch of bullshit, then you get the real shares outstanding, right? Just like they're like, oh well, you know, institutions own 40%, so we only need to DRS this much. We're so close, guys. My shares are the only things outstanding. Confirmation bias only. Yeah. Superstock literally still screaming about reverse repo over a year later. After they've been informed many, many, many times that it has nothing to do with GameStop. I'm on top of Superstock? That's awesome. It wouldn't be the first time. Fidelity. Did you not see what did? Oh my god! I have to show you. Hold on. There's people on this stream who haven't seen this yet, and it's priceless. Oh god, you can't find anything on this stupid fucking subreddit. Ah, here it is. Right now. Or the actual picture, not one that they've turned into a meme. I'll just look at Fidelity's Twitter. Did they take it down? God damn it. It's sort of, well, it's sort of the stream card. Whatever. Ah, thank you. This. Yeah, it's a purple ring. That makes me angry. Get over yourself. That must have hurt them so bad. I doubt it. Is that Houston Wade? I don't think so. Like I said earlier, Fidelity is now by far my favorite brokerage. Imagine the marketing team meeting. Let's make this look like the dorkiest motherfucker alive. They probably were just like, hey, who in this office uses Reddit? And they were like, oh, you know that guy Mark from IT? BlackRock and Fidelity have always been very close. Ding ding. RSS's big blind spot can be summed up with crime. In reality, it's compliance by legions of lawyers, accountants, etc. to follow the letter of a law while ignoring the spirit of it. They fail to grasp, I think, just how dug in the entrenched system, starting with regulators, is. Yeah, no one gives a shit. It's their playground. They built it, right? Looks like Fidelity wants a permaban from Superstock. Amazon dump? Good thing I straddled it. Are we sure it's an Amazon dump, or is it just like the thing that happened yesterday? This could still be the market maker. Well, I hope it opens like this. At this price, my straddle's up 67 cents, or 67%. Not bad. Just one side? How would both sides be up? It's a call and a put. Has Jimmy lost 20% on earnings? Oh, yeah. Amazon's soon in your buy range. Close. What are your thoughts on borrowed GME shares today? It's probably bullshit, or text data is frequently wrong. This is fun. Upstart's on NASDAQ. Ooh. Why is Apple going up? With all these bad earnings from mega caps, what do you think it does to the SPX melt up? Slows down its potential. Intel beat EPS? Ooh, interesting. Apple GME merger confirmed. Thanks to the sick plays this month, spending some of it on a nice beef bourguignon, prime short rib and check, nice pinot, new potatoes, and homemade bacon. See you tomorrow, Pickle. See you tomorrow, dude named Dad. Has the music just about stopped? No, not yet. Wait till they post a negative quarter. Congratulations on your new house, Natty. Well, I did it. I accidentally bought Apple puts instead of calls right before close. I am the smartest idiot today. Congratulations. Pins ripping? How is this even a thing? I think Apple might have just tanked with Amazon. I don't know. We'll watch it. But thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Hope everyone has a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.